How do I fucking check shit out? I should move away the mic. It's alright on my face. Stupid ass. Actually, everything seems to be working fine. It's just my audio a bit delayed. About this one. Yeah, I need to edit the borders. Oh, which one is it? Yeah. So we're gonna move this entire little section a few borders up. Make sure everything's crisp. So I'm just gonna pull it up, make sure I'm on the right layer here. Excluding this one. A order copy already, so we'll do that next. Oh, it's on the bottom. Order copy this one. Okay. Copy this one. Here we go. So we put this here. Could we could.
Oh yeah, it still has that. Gotta go above the armor.
That's it a bit. Let's put it with the effect lines. Yeah. Sounds okay. Sounds okay.
We're mostly done with them from the science. A few versions of it. Just for comparison. This is very much old school style. Hard art, I think so. I know there's like I'm breaking multiple UI principles here. I like it. For me at least.
Alright, next we will try to get some of the unit element type and the ones that are supposed to be going on here. So we're just gonna go make one. So for this type, it's gonna be a helmet. Let's get, let me hide this entire thing for a bit. Okay, let me folder that too. So that so you control that. This unit type icon. Get the type icon folder already. Let's say type icon. No, type icon. Yeah, so stupid. Let me fucking tweak that. It's weird. So you gotta move around here a bit more. There you go. Should be more responsive now. Let's go back. The setup is my mic stand is blocking my hands with my on my tablet, so it's fucking tight. The space is tight. Okay, so we're starting with the best way to do this is probably the symmetrical way. Then just started painting. Because it's UI, it has to be, it's an icon, so you can't have much leeway in it. It's also circular, just a reminder for myself, I'm putting it right top. I can copy, can I show that? It's going right here, so we need to have it fit there. I don't mind a bit of overlap, but it's better if it could be contained mostly. So I'm thinking this is gonna be the icon for normal units, so that you know they're a low rank. The high rank units would be a star. I'm just sketching around here, making some pretty generic. Again, it's an icon, so it's gonna be as important as these numbers here. So I want to, you know, just enough details so that it's good. It looks cool, but not exceeding, not, you know, suffering from readability issues. Should have started with the cleaner brush. That brush is good for painting, but it's not good for, you know, blocking out solid, opaque paint. For sure. Yeah, it has some fuzziness in it. That's good for painting, but bad for this kind of activity. There's that kind of thing. Yep, forgot to. Why is it not close? Oh, because of the particular process. Nose bit is fine. You don't want to break this face cut out here. It's mostly Greek helmet, like hoplite. Let's see if that fits the goal here. This is just a sketch. We could refine it later, but it has to fill that role of readability. It's gonna be mostly that much thing here. That looks okay. What I'm worried for is that the design with this elaborate border here would just be a mush. Still, you kind of still beat it from this far, and this is like really small. So readable. Let's turn on the fonts here. Yeah, looks fine. I guess I could bring up the font size a bit. Maybe put it to maybe 12. So this is probably the average distance you're gonna see the card on the board. The furthest one, right? You still see the numbers. I mean, with the effect, you could still lean at it, but it's gonna be hard to read. So you need to pick up the card and read it yourself. Also gotta fix this. This is supposed to be an indicator for your opponent to see another indication of the numbers. And you could instantly see the stripes this card have, and it would, you know, show them, at least in theory, the number, regardless of the orientation of the card. But I'm not sure if it's effective. We're gonna try it out. Maybe once I import it on Dexterous, it should work. Or at least I could play test with it. I think the icon, we could focus now on doing that, or at least putting some work on it. It's not going to be detailed to the point of max res. And then this off. There's a problem with this Paint Studios transformation. It's fucking up the resolution. Wow, a bit worse than Photoshop. It's the interpolation shit. So I'm not sure how that works, but I think that's the culprit. They have different functions with it. And I set it up in high accuracy and refine edges, so it should be better on paper about dealing with scaling. But there's like an extreme, if you transform it in an extreme resize, it kind of freaks out a bit and you get this jaggy edges. So I usually do just, if I'm gonna do that again with a fully rendered icon, I would make a copy instead, so I don't lose those pixels, or at least the fidelity of it. It's one of the downsides of this. Also their pricing changes over the years. It's bullshit. I don't mind paying one full payment for an update, but they put the patches in between the versions in different subscription still, which is fucking retarded. If I pay for version 3, it should include all version 3 updates from version 3 to 4, right? In theory, that's what you pay for. But no, you only get those updates if you buy the latest version, so version 4, and if you subscribe to the thing, or if you subscribe to the thing. So you can't, like, because the incremental upgrades for versions are fucking very specific. Like, you're not gonna use most of the features there. What you want are the implemented features for existing tools that you use, right? But they're sandwiched between versions. So you need to see what version they upgrade the mesh tool, the liquify tool, right? And then you need to buy the higher tier to include the incremental updates. Because if you only buy the base version, if the update for the mesh tool is on 3.5, you need to buy version 4. You can't just buy version 3 because it will not include 3.5. If you want that, you need to pay a different subscription. Somebody just want to shoot a CEO. So stupid. Yeah, I get that they need money for operations and shit, but this is not the way. I lost all the fucking respect I got for them for over the years. They were swinging it with version 1, right? With version 1, with all the implementation of brush, Photoshop brush, compatibility. Yeah, people were singing praises to them. And then when they got popular, some of these investors got greedy, and then yeah. So now we have the base shape here. It's done. Could adjust some of the lines here. It's a bit squiggly, but at this scale, yeah, it's visible. But when you scale it down to the point where it's supposed to go, it will be barely visible. Let's be careful of maintaining that ratio while expanding this Alright, now we're gonna add some shit here. So maybe it's dark, maybe cast iron-ish feel for the materials, so that it's gonna stand out on that yellow background, and the contrast between the ring and the yellow background and with this icon, it would add contrast to the entire area and it would be easier to see. This shit here. Let me add a tint of blue, not too much though. Very desaturated. Or maybe we could go midway. And also remove the. I'll switch into my basic Photoshop brush here. With opacity turned off. Add a bit more gray. So for the lighting, I want the lighting to be directly on top of the card, so it would have that effect of, you know, coming straight up. Oh, we can add this here. Maybe a bit more. Terminator here. Or midtones mostly. Then we could put the highlights here. Then here. I'm just blocking in the values at this point by slowly inching in towards the extremes. Mostly these are just midtones. I mean, we consider them midtones. But I'm already trying to figure out the shadows, how the form will be defined by the shadows. So this entire helmet sounds curvature in the helmet. And then this brow ridge would be darker. This is turns away from the light. Maybe I could put some pen pressure here, very lightly. Maybe this inner bit would be darker, so that if you put it on the yellow background on the icon, it should pop out more. And it just makes sense. Alright, so slowly getting there. Some specular right here, but barely a render. Just a quick look. Could always change this later. The problem with the opacity is you get this muddy values here, but it's good for blending stuff, but you shouldn't always turn them on. It's good for sketching around. You see enough variety on the form, so you could kind of make happy accidents happen. But if you want to have very defined value contours, you want this off. You want your edges to be very intentional. You don't want random values here. Like this, like his head, because of the shading, it looks like it's protruding out. So we need to smooth this in so that it's uniformly, the shape doesn't look extreme. So we need more of that middle tone so that we kind of leveling down the shape, but adjusting the midtones. Still So if the more extreme your transition is, the pointier things get. That's how we look at things. So by applying the same methods, you can make the illusion of reducing volume or something. So now it has the same concave shape, less pronounced on the forehead. Alright, so we have our basic helmet here. Could add some details, some scuff mark, but that's gonna be for later. We're still looking for elements of the sign here. Now, I want to add some gold trimmings, but it would look weird with the yellow background. So, I think I'll just go with lighter metal. There's like a, what do you call that? Sleeving an axe, like a Viking axe sleeve. So maybe I could implement something similar. Turning on back our symmetry ruler, so it saves me time for repainting twice of the same thing. So even though it is a lighter value, and it might on the background. We'll see. But it should be fine, I think. Maybe we could make it a bit more darker with a bit more color, so that to separate it with the elements here. Do we want it going all down the way to the nose? At the nose? Maybe not. Maybe here. Kind of looks weird. It's like a weird dick in his nose. We could go the Magneto route. Then we could make it a bit lighter on the flat surface, so we're indicating some plane change, and it would, make the illusion that it's thicker on this side. Let's remove this. Right now I'm painting on just the one render layer, but if I need some basic changes, I would change that. Some of that contour for the forehead. No high rage. Yeah, I found a third. You're complimenting my cursor. I found a third-party software, but it has a hand it's a PNG. So I removed the hand, put this guy in, and now I have a cursor. What I want is this talking guy to be that cursor guy. So as I draw, he would talk and blink, right? But I don't know how to do that. I haven't found, and Google is being stupid with its search function. It doesn't tell me, it only tells me related stuff per word. So it's hard finding shit. Also on Twitch. I'm also streaming on Twitch. You're asking if I'm streaming on Facebook? I forgot. I forgot to link it on Facebook. So maybe next time. Not sure about that streaming. This stream. This specific inner face hole trim. Maybe I remove it. Same, Grand Suburb. That's also my Twitch profile name. Okay, back to this inner hole. I'm removing it. It's not good. Maybe segment it a bit. Make this outer eye part be solid, and then just have this bit like up to here. Maybe that works. Yeah, I guess that works. It's raining outside. Pretty good. Some meaty cheese boys. Yeah, I think it is. Oh no, Rachel from YouTube. Pinost mo ba to sa... I can't read the rest right now. Hold on. Pinost mo ba to sa FB? No. I haven't shared it. I guess that works. Maybe make it more tapered again. Now let's add some more reflected shadow here. Maybe not too much because it's still coarse iron or maybe wrought iron. Not very shiny, not polished. Right now I'm adding reflected shadows, but I'm not sure where to put them. It's the hard shit about metal, painting metal. You need to, because they reflect their surroundings, but you don't have a surrounding at this point, so you have to make it up. That's with every metal bit and the color design. So you need to make it up. Sometimes you're lost on where you put it. But just like a generic place to put it, like it helps identify the shape and sells the material. That would be a good place to put your shadows. Yeah, we could also turn this a bit. Just a bit. Yeah, that's it. This is a bad fucking helmet design because this flat part here that I made is gonna be arrow part. So the reason why helmet is round, most of them are round, is to deflect and produce glancing blows. Right? So if the blow just skids off the armor, it reduces the impact of the blow. Even if it's an armor, like an arrow shot, it has higher chances of glancing off instead of directly absorbing the impact of the blow. But still, if you hit it at the right spot with a heavy enough blow, it would pierce it. Especially in the joints and the proper, proper curves of the armor. If you hit it there, it would hit and pierce it. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, reset. I'm still not sold on this trims. Maybe because I haven't rendered it, so I just want this good. Okay, let's fix that. Hinaan mo ng konti yung sounds. I'm playing Aris playlist. It's Batman. Can't wait for the cheesy cheese boys to play. Oh yeah, we're rendering this inner trimming. It's gonna be weird. Since it's gonna be a lighter metal, maybe less color on the highlights. Give it more of a very grayish sheen. And then maybe add some Terminator blue. I think that would work. It's like cold metal. Could be. Then we could cut it right here. Maybe not this one. Put it here. And then we get the contour shadow. We still have that weird jagged edges on the base layer. I think it kind of works. You just need to be careful how much blue I put in. You could add in some contrast maybe. Sell off the metal vibe. Oh, it's raining hard. It's one of those forceful rain. Like a huge gush of droplets. Very noisy. But still good. I'm just adding some contrast on the inner parts of the helmet, so that when we put it on the yellow background, it should pop out a bit. Now adding some really strong and dark values here. Right, I still don't like the shape of this squid helmet though. It's kind of okay. I just need to maybe sort that out a bit more. We could have this like a segmented area here that connects the face plate of the helmet to the, what do they call it, coif? Not sure what the term is. Yeah, it's getting there. It's weird with this, it's a bit weird with tone down the value a bit. Right. I don't know. Where do I put this shadow? Maybe on the side here. Just make it more defined. I'll put one in the middle. Smack dab in the middle. I need to really sell the metal here, so hitting the contour here. Blending it a bit, making it a bit blurry. The reason why polished metal looks so shiny, the way to do that is having really sharp edges. And the more polished the metal is, the more sharp the edges of the highlights and reflection. Your specular highlights, they'll appear more sharp. The less polished the metal is, they will be more blurred. So they have softer edges. In this case, it will have softer edges. It's not going to be as polished as maybe a gold bar or polished metal. So we're trying to get that effect here, and then we were gonna try to get some of that highlight back, cutting in the shadow here. I don't know what the term here. Terminator? It's not the Terminator. It's just reflected shadow, I think. That's the proper category of this thing. It's not shadow of the shape. It's reflected shadow from the environment, and it's reflective enough that you can see the shadow of the environment to it. And one thing that could solve the metal is by adding rim highlights inside of planar changes, like this eyebrow. If we add some rim light in there, it would have that feel of metal. At the edges, they reflect nearby objects, right? So if this part of the helmet is getting hit by light, it will hit this part of the helmet, so it would have some of that reflection back. Let's just put this here. It's a bit tricky. There's a lot of different things going on rendering materials in general, so it's also my weak point. Rendering cloth, to me, it looks very similar to plastic, so I need to improve on that. So maybe I'll add some specular highlight here, a bit more contrast, maybe some here on the side. Oh, okay. Who are your art gods? There's a lot. My first one is Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, comic book art gods also. That's how I mostly started. And of course, Akira Toriyama from Dragon Ball Z. And then later on, when I started to learn, teach myself how to do concept art, Feng Zhu was one of them. He's still one of them. Feng Zhu, Feng Wazhong, Ruan Jia. There's a lot of them. And then for every art discipline, I have one. So those are, there's quite a lot of them. But those are the mainstay for, I guess, illustration. Frank Frazetta also for old school type. Alex Ross for that old school feel of illustration. I like their works. Frank Frazetta and Alex Ross. These are the only guys that could make a guy in an underwear look really cool. Regardless of how we modernize superhero, they would make, even in modern standards, right? They would make the old school Superman costume look really dignified and cool, even in modern standards. So that's really hard to do. Especially now that we're making fun of Superman for wearing his briefs outside. But that's still imagine making him look cool while still wearing that same costume. It's gonna be pretty hard. You'd rather change the costume entirely. But yeah, it's mostly on the art style. If they make it so that it looks cool, yeah, it would be cool. So right now I'm just adding more bevels on the helmet, and I think this is mostly done. It's just this bulbous head, bulbous forehead. Like my forehead, I need to fix that. Unlike my forehead, I can't fix my forehead, but this one at least I could. So we could do that by increasing the area of the midtones so it doesn't look like it's jutting out of the forehead. It would only look like there's a soft gradation of curve. What do you mean no? There you go. Okay, this highlight needs a proper render here. Let me go on with it. You like my forehead? Thank you. Maybe I could add a specular light next to it. So now it's, yeah, specular light. It's just reflected light. Maybe it's getting there, but I need more definition on this. Yeah, painting metal is tricky. So it's best sometimes to have a reference just so you could get a feel of how reflection works, because sometimes you forget, like, oh shit, it doesn't work like that. Because you're looking at the real metal and you realize, oh, only reflection that is perpendicular to the source would do this thing, and if it's rounded, then there's a bunch of them, right? So you could have one more here that is a bit more dimmer than the other one, because maybe the light source is further away or not as bright. Also, we're adding some contrast with the reflected light so that it doesn't feel like there's a bunch of form changes with the reflected light. So it will just indicate that it's reflected rendering. A bit more here. Maybe one more here. Yeah, it's getting there. But still needs a bit more help. It always just goes back. That's why it takes me so goddamn long to render stuff, because mostly I'm trying to take a jab at it, see how it works. If it doesn't, then repaint it. I lack fundamentals on rendering, and mostly other parts that I could improve upon, but mostly rendering. I usually suck at those, which is quite important. You shouldn't skip those. Usually I get a good grasp on how, but I immediately forget because I would watch a YouTube video, try it out, and then okay, I got the gist of it, and then I won't render metal for a long time, and by the time that I do, I've already forgotten what I learned. So you need constant application.
What's good thing about online courses or getting this with a homework, because you usually apply and you do it multiple times, so there's a lot more retention of what you've learned. It's mostly that. So now I'm missing the shadow here. And then we're gonna add some strong specular highlight here, maybe. What's your favorite animal? Huh. I think I answered that question before, but I forgot what the answer was. I think I have a favorite answer. Okay, what's my favorite animal? I would say what's the most fucking bum animal around? A munchkin cat, probably. Oh, not yeah, I guess. But there's gonna be I have a default answer. I forgot what it was. It's gonna be capybaras are chill. What's your favorite animal? I think I answered that before. I might remember what my favorite animal is. I got refreshed. What's my favorite animal? Rhinoceros? No, being a rhinoceros, when as a child, you're almost getting fucked in the pool, because male rhinoceros doesn't want kids around, and they will literally do a late baby shower in the pool if you came across rhinoceros bulls. So it's not a good thing. Animal. What got you into drawing? Minus elephant pero naging capybaras na lang. Oh yeah, elephants are fine, but being a adolescent elephant is bad. You're musking. You're gonna go into musk. I would say I want to be maybe I would say a sperm whale, so I get to explore the depths of the ocean without the fear of it, right? Because I am the fucking top predator in deep ocean, so I'm facing my biggest fears as a top predator in it. It would be funny if I couldn't function because it's too dark. But yeah, sperm whale probably. What got you into drawing? I just love it. Just like drawing shit. When I'm bored, that's all I do. And it's not mostly for getting other things. It's mostly drawing cool shit, drawing skulls, drawing whatever I like. So if there's a new anime coming around, Dragon Ball, We just draw shit out. It feels cool. It's cool. Why sperm whale? Sperm whale eats giant octopus, colossal octopus. So that's like the one of the biggest things in the ocean. So I'm pretty safe. Blue whale. Yeah, I guess blue whale's fine too. But I don't think they swim as deep as sperm whales. I think sperm whales are one of the deepest swimmers in the ocean. Not sure though. Favorite anime? I mean, of all time or just right now? Of all time, probably. What's my favorite anime? There's different feel. Like if it's action, yeah, you have several, right? But of all time, it has to have like pinnacle story. Well, it will be biased of me to say, but Farron. I think of all time though, that's tricky. Yeah, Attack of Titan. Story, art. Yeah. You're right. But also Farron but it has different feel, but it's almost as good. They're just as good. So that's the problem, right? When you say anime, it's the animation, the style, the sakuga, those are the things, right? So, and that includes story, characters. Parents stop, AOT stop, anime. Maybe for a long series, my favorite would be Hunter x Hunter. That's top. So yeah, I guess I have one for every category and not much for all of time because it's hard to quantify that. Yeah, but the genius of AOT regarding story and overall character is top. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not looking for what do you call this? Just different feel, right? AOT is more of a seinen almost, and Farron is mostly fantasy slice of life drama, right? But it has good action scenes. So yeah, it's a bit of both, but they're both top. Oh, I forgot to turn on the thing. Yeah, even if I compare it to Farron or Hunter x Hunter, I'd say it's still top. But if it's the vibe, mayroon pumili. Yeah, I would consider Barakamon one of top animes, right? Because it's the perfect feel-good movie, at least anime series, right? It's feel good. You don't have to worry about shit. and you just enjoy the bumpkin life, and it's good for that, and it's because of that it's one of the best ones. So, but you can't compare that to AOT or other genres, but it's still top. where where do you put Asobi Asobase? At least top 20 funny animes. But if it's just funny cat, well, top 20 general anime. But if it's just comedy, I'd say top 10, top 5, maybe even. It's just too good funny. Oh, I forgot to not put the highlights inside the helmet because we need contrast in that. I will. I'll put my Facebook stream here. Maybe on the next stream tomorrow. I just forgot to put it in because it's supposed to be a test stream, figuring out if everything works. Oops. Yeah, so that looks good. So we're probably almost done. Maybe a bit more specular highlight on the sides, maybe. What's the name of the card you're drawing? This is like a quick sample card. So it's not an actual card in the game. I'm just using it as a template. But this guy, probably an ogre javelin or something. It's mostly for the sample. There, it's kind of mellow. So now we could add more scuff marks onto it, maybe on another layer, so that we don't fuck up the thing. So with scuff marks, you go, since it's a dent or an indentation of the surface, you put the dark value in it. Right? And then, since it's metal, it's kind of malleable. So whatever did this scrape, oh shit, I forgot to remove the symmetry ruler. Let's just easily get rid of that. So when you put this in, whatever caused this dent or scuff would be bending the metal a little bit. So there's gonna be some contour changes in here. You could add some highlight so that you could show the thickness of the material, so thickness of the metal, and apply it sparingly on the other side. Yeah, some scuff marks, and then the value of the dent would represent the depth of the cut and the material. What card is your current favorite? I would say, of course, I'd say Rachel, the North Ranger. which is inspired by my girlfriend. I made that card specifically as a, you know, as an Easter egg for her. But what I saw people mostly use is the three dogs. Where yeah. The three dogs are getting a lot of play, and they like a bit of Exodia mechanic, and they don't always get to pull off the combo because you get to counter the teleport, and it's hard to get all 4 cards. Just adding scuff marks here and there. Putting some specular highlight on the nose plate, and we could contrast that by making the mid-tone a bit darker so that it would appear more lighter. There. What's the main feedback from the testers? They enjoy it for the most part. Most of them want more cards because as of now I only have 2 decks existing in the game, so variety on play would be better, but I'll do that once I nail down the rules, which is done. I'm happy with how the rules are now set, how it is played. The tempo of it is a lot heavier on the start. You could play a lot of cards at the beginning, and then it slows down by the end, and that's where you are depleted your resources and shit. So I like that. You could play a really quick game or a really slow game. So the new draw system is a lot more flexible that way. So you could play a lot of cards at the beginning, or you could save them. Still a viable playstyle. But I need more playtesting to really get a good feel of the gameplay. But I like where it's going for now. Now from this far it looks like a metal helmet, so we will now take all the layers, merge them, and we could maybe add some more color here and there. Get some overlay, then add some blue tint, I guess, maybe yellowish tint. Yellow's too much. Maybe. Let's try that out. Yeah, add some warmth to it a bit. Yeah, I think it's done. Done with one icon. So we'll keep that
overlay layer, a bit of color, put it here, and say icon type unit type, unit icons, unit icon type icon. Wow, I could spell well. There you go. Make a duplicate, hide the big one, shrink this down to level. Yeah, let's slide it here. I kind of want that overlap, like somewhere like here. That looks cool, dude. That looks cool, dude. It's fucking dope. Alright, so I will sit now and see if this is the direction I want to go. It's not centered, is it? The hard part about designing UI, since I'm not a graphic designer, is making sure everything is centered, which is this fucking software have a hard time doing so. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe I could add some border highlight there, some pin light heading from the yellow background, but it might bleed through the thing. For now, that's fine. Pop in the text. So that's generally the card design for now. I'll make another iteration for this with more modern graphics, like very simplified, very symbolized. I don't like that feel. Like simplified. Bleh. Not my style. Not sure about this border though. I kind of want to look like a red blood oil thing, but it doesn't look like it. From afar it kind of does, but it looks like fucking rolls of ground meat. It's like giniling. I am a minimalist. I'll try getting a modern version of it. But this just looks cool, right? This is just, you know, just looks a bit more I don't know, it's a bit more elaborate and shit. So what else do this? I also need to fix some of the things in here, but mostly done. So we're gonna save that for now because I have to design the characters first, and I need to reiterate this thing. Oh yeah, I need to make multiple design for types because there's a bunch of them. And I haven't made progress with this fucking beast. Good lord. Oh yeah, yeah, it's gonna be like this, right? So if it's melee, it would say melee. So race, and then movement, and then oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, you're right. It's always gonna be 3 now, right?
What's the infantry? Yeah. I forgot about that. So monster infantry, and then alt 025252 space range. Yeah, it's always gonna be 3 identificators, types at least. So it's gonna be that, but I'll need to replace this with one of these diamonds here. That's so pixelated. This is 600 DPI and it still goes to that much pixelations once you rasterize it. Yung sa monster range, paano siya gagawin parang vial? Well, it's gonna be like that. It's like a wisp of things in it. So how do you? Yeah, there you go. Kind of look like that. So there's like magic inside of it. It's like a magic container shit. So yeah. I need to fix this drop shadow. That looks so fucking ugly. Well, not ugly. It's just unrefined, I guess. Oh, let's do that. Let's do that now. Okay. We're going soft round here, and then maybe just transparency. And we're going just a smidge because the lighting, so the design of the card, I want the lighting coming directly from above, so it would have a very minor cast shadow, and wherever you look at it, it's gonna be, let's maybe make this multiply and then a bit darker maybe. Why is it lighter? What? Why does it look lighter? Oh, there you go. So wherever the orientation is when you're looking at the card, the lighting stays fairly equal. Yeah, much better. Also do that for here. It's gonna be, has to be multiply, and then we're gonna add the soft edge. That goes over the axe element, so we're gonna just paint over it. There. Very subtle. Maybe what if I put it like a big fucking shadow here? How does that look on the bigger picture. I'm trying to minimize it as much as I could, but maybe that's not the play. Maybe that's way better. Maybe. Yeah, I guess it works. Having that contrast really helps highlighting the main. What if maybe put a bit of bit transparency over here, maybe 50%. Yeah, maybe 50. No, you can't you barely see that. I'll put 80. Right, but yeah, I think that will be done. I'll probably also add another cast shadow in here. So multiply. There. It's hard to see when you're looking, but you could zoom in. And I wish I have a printer so I could test it out. But maybe as actual card size should be like around here. Yeah, that's the actual card size. Now we could get more elements done, I guess. This is gonna be a quick the command skill. Doing command skills right now. What's the best representation of command? Finger pointing. Yeah. Like that. Finger pointing as a command skill. Maybe. Does that work? Finger pointing? Maybe. Come on. It's gonna be weird if, you know, the icon's a mouth opening. It's like waiting for hot dogs. So I think we're gonna stick with the hand for now. Oh yeah, it has also to fit the thing. So it has to be. You know what? I'm gonna start with the high rank unit first. So we are done with the units. What do we do here? Keep aspect ratio, free canvas. Centered now. Don't we have shapes with the star? Maybe shape polygon. Hexagon would work. Then we keep working on canvas. There you go. Centered. Now the hard part is drawing a star. How do we do this? Maybe we could. Okay, get a. Turn on the symmetry layer, and then sketch it out. Maybe. We have I forgot the. Fucking geometry, dude. What are the rules for a star? Like all angles must be. It's like a proper way to do this. It's already fucked up. Shit. Okay, I'll do it on a new layer. Okay. So we got a straight line, maybe. Wow, it doesn't really. Like that. Maybe I could make it a different star, like a. Okay, maybe I can do this. Then this one. It's like Patrick. Fuck. It doesn't work. I need a better way to do this. Angles are wrong. It's like a rule in making this like mathematically, geometrically better or easier. Like every angle needs to be a certain range, like 180, and it will form into a star if you follow that. Oh, trash. So maybe I'll forgo the normal star design. Maybe I could go with the something like this. More of a diamond shape. And then we could add some minor rays here. Yeah. Could work. Yeah, definitely. It's a way better approach. Maybe. It's gonna be hard. Finding the center of this. Okay, okay. I think this is a better direction than one we have earlier. Maybe I could add some. I'll explore more designs. So this goes up to here. Let's take that off. So from the center here, is that even the center? Here. So eyeball it. Then we could get that. What happened to my undo? Hey, yeah, shit. Maybe I could do it like that. Maybe. Looks regal. Looks like a space medal or something, which I kind of like. This is a hierarchy icon, so these are your generals. So it has to look somewhat regal. Maybe. In the beginning. Maybe I could put it like this. No, like this. Then put it like that. Kind of weird. It's like the stretching something. I'll think about it. Oh yeah, because this is gonna be on the upper left corner, so it has to it needs to be contrast with the yellow background. So we can't have the silver. Oh yeah, what I mean, a gold star, because it's gonna blend with it. It needs to be a darker color, or at least different complementary color. Which is blue or purple. How indeed. This shape is kind of okay, but it needs more volume, I guess. You could do it like this. That would make it, like a badge. Something like that, and then you could just add some the border here, and then do some rays. Oops, going in one direction. Kind of like that. Yeah. I think we were on it. Do the bad here. Yeah, I think we got it. This is its shape. Hold on a sec. Maybe we could get this border with the metal, and then we could get the center diamond as gold. Yeah, that could work. But we'll sort it out. What I found out, what I've learned doing all icons, is flipping the image is just a superior way, especially if your design is symmetrical, right? It's better to flip your image and then just paste it to paint the other half, so you don't have the trouble of, you know, your design skewed a bit, because, you know, it's hard to make it symmetrical. Para saan yan? This is for the high rank units. So the helmet is for low rank. This guy. This is for low rank units, and if you have a high rank unit, it will show this instead. So it still does. Yeah, I guess it still does. I'll probably darken this part. That will fix that. It's kind of hard because the light is go. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm back. As I was saying, yeah, the highlight kind of makes it look like he has a big forehead. I'll try to fix that. So where is it? Unit type icon. This one. Alright, let's just hide this for a bit. So it's mostly this, right? There. Yeah, that should work, right? There. Yeah. Looks a bit better. Now we're just gonna put this here. Make a copy. Hide this one. Delete this one. And put it here. Resize it. What's this? Oh, disable files. Text. Where were we? Alright. So now we could start doing this. Oh, we could delete that, that's fine. This is for the command icon, we'll do that later. We're gonna turn on, oh it's already on, symmetrical ruler, and then we're gonna start painting. Better if we, yeah, let's make a base first, like a mask, so that we don't jump around. So the sketch would be just there for guideline. Don't need to follow it. It's more important that you get your base shape done pretty close. You still could edit it later, but you want precision, a bit precision on this stage, so that you don't have to go back around and fiddle with it later while you're rendering, because that would be annoying, tedious even. Mostly it's an easy way, but yeah, doing the second part, for example, right? We are mirroring the image, right? So it does whatever it does on the other side, right? But if you want symmetrical lower part, if you want symmetry on the lower part of the image, the best way to do it is just copy and only do the first half, the top half, so you have the first half done of the image, right? And then for the rest is you just copy this and flip it in upside down. So now you get the full image, and you don't have to worry about some weird deviation of your form, since you're doing it manually. So I'll show you how I do it. I don't know, there's gonna be more efficient way of doing this, but I'm painting it from scratch, and I try not to rely on basic shapes that's available on the software, so that I get more. So this curve, you have to either make a raster, a vector pen to do this shit, right? And I don't want to fiddle with a vector pen, because even in vector pens, you can't really measure it out to be the same. So we only have the initial hexagram for the guideline, just so we're not overextending the shape. But the curvature is also not like 100%. This curvature is not like uniform, right? Because there's a rate of curvature, like the rise and low. If it's a constant number, then it's a uniform, curve. But since we're freehanding it, it's going to be mostly relying on how much you can make it as uniform as we can just by eyeballing it. So okay, so now we have the first half mostly done. There's some weird jiggling part here that we could iron out. Alright, so the width of this must be the same as the width of this part, mostly. There's some inconsistencies here, but again, this won't be as obvious once you plot it down in its actual size for the card. Right? And of course, these imperfections would, you could chalk it up to, well, the forger tried his best to smith who did this try his best to make it uniform. So this is what I'm talking about. We could just slide here, and the only thing I have to make sure is that it needs to line up right there, right? So now you have the second half. See, if we try to follow this line and then replicate it here manually, you'll have different lower part. So when you do something with it and you plop it down, you won't be able to detect it, and it's not going to be centered. So that's the weird part. So now we have a very equal, symmetrical emblem here. So you just merge these two, and now they're diamond shaped. Now that's our base layer. We could flip a layer down and start painting. So for the outer bit, we're going for let's go with hard ground brush. Again, wrought iron to bring out that contrast with the background that is yellow, and then a lighter color for the backdrop, maybe slight blue. And it's going to be highlighted with the golden crest in the middle, and that would bring like the alternating contrast with the background, with the border, and with the center part of the image. So yeah, it's gonna be eye-catching. And then again, if I'm worried about the symmetry, so I will not focus on rendering the second part. I'm already focusing on this first quarter here, right? This is what I'll be rendering, and since we have the symmetrical ruler, it will also render the other part. But for the lower part, I just copy the entire thing, then paste it down and flip it upside down, and then I'll have the full image without worrying, oh, the top part is thicker than the lower part. I don't have to worry about that. It's a shortcut, and yeah, it's a skill that, you know, symmetrical things are way harder to do manually, because you need to really, you either mathematically sketch it and that's the fucked up part about it. So I'd rather use my brain power elsewhere than worrying about symmetry. My computer is freaking out. What's it? What's it picking up? What are you picking up? Hello? Hello? Okay. That seems better. Well, not really. I need to... What is this? Maybe it's picking up some of the things. Hello? Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, I'm just fixing my model. It's freaking out, picking random ghost farts. Yeah, she's doing well. She's doing her PT now. Nahanap ka. Yeah, for recovery. She borrowed our niece. So now we're trying to get that gold bit here. See what it looks like. It kind of looks nice. It's like ube and cheese. Blue and yellow as well. It's a complementary color. I'm not sure about this, the amount of it. Because yeah, this is a complementary. I don't know why my guy here. Maybe I could edit the file. Which one is this one, right? It's stuttery, right? It's kind of stuttery. But the max refresh rate for the thing is 60. I don't know how to fix that. Maybe it's just on my monitor. Okay, we don't need to enter that. And then we could also get this smaller ray here. Oh shit, there you go. Just wondering why I'm not filling that color out easily. Let me fill this in. So I have one opaque color here. So what I'm trying to be sensible here is with the shapes, that, you know, shape and form. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to focus here. So we get that refined edge. So yeah, even if they're not like 100% uniform, still gonna have that effect because we try to be more accurate with the filling. Wow, this color of yellow is fucking with me, guys. they're shifting brightness. It's like when you unfocus your eyes, like everything shifts. I kind of have that. Alright. So yeah, it kind of looks symmetrical enough at this point. And then we could get a deep blue gem sitting here. Maybe red. Maybe that's too much. Red, yeah! Red. It's gonna be a split complementary, I guess. Red gem. Maybe a bit purplish, maybe. So if you had this yellow, this red, probably could use this blue instead, and then maybe tone it down, way down, almost looking green. I see, almost. So just maybe do this. And we're just filling up colors, so we don't have to be accurate. What you need to be accurate with is the edges. Needs to land where exactly you want it to be, because that would define your shapes. But the middle bits, we don't have to worry about that now. I'm just setting up, you know, the proportions, you know, how much color we want. Still in the designing phase here. Rendering is usually the last bit we have to worry about, because the worst part is spending hours rendering something and then you realize, oh, the colors doesn't work, the shape doesn't work, and then you have to fix everything and undo your rendering because you're gonna paint over it or delete parts of it, which sucks. So that's a lot more time spent fixing the thing than finishing the thing. So that's what you have to be practical about. Alright. It kind of works. I'm not sure about the rays. I don't think that it's centered. Or at least the angle doesn't look like it is. I'll bring back the sketch here. Where is it? What is that? Canvas, please. I'm just gonna plop it right down the middle. And just general guidelines here. A bit more there. Yeah, the rays are not. So we ought to fix that. Also, I'll fix this. So we need a perspective ruler and sort of with that. And then we're gonna draw a new construction line here, which is where. Okay, let's just say this is one. shift side bit here. Yeah, centered enough. Okay, so that's done. I'll turn that off. And then we could... Oh, I turned off the wrong ruler. Okay. So this is what I mean by making things symmetrical are kind of finicky. Like you don't... There's always that one pixel that doesn't make it align with the center. So it's better to fix that now than later. Because yeah, that'll be a headache. This is the sketch part. What is this? Oh, that's for the thing. Okay, so we're now gonna be sketching this right here. This is your... Let's clean it up a bit. It's fine to be messy, but as long as you can see what you're doing, right? The moment it becomes too messy, then that's the time you know, clean stuff up, so that it's not gonna be hindering your process. Mirroring it. Hold on. It's mirroring the sketch. So I'll put this on the side here so we stay in the middle. So right now we will set this up. We color bits. So first thing we're gonna change this, like remove it, and it's on a single layer. So if you want to be more, to have more ease. Well, layer management. If you want to have more efficiency and layer management, you could do these in separate layers. But I find it easy enough to just paint over it. I have to. So I have to deal. I don't have to deal with a lot of layers, even though as much as these layers. So these are just for these are for templates. So I'm gonna be using those and changing the fonts, the icons, and stuff. So it's good to have multiple layers for that regard. Slope. It doesn't feel like it's doing the bit. Kind of feels weird. Maybe it's the shape. We'll try to. Okay, I'll try another one. Maybe I'll just go straight up. This one here. Gonna add this shape instead. Maybe that would be better, but I'm not sure. Huh. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, this is fucking me over. Delete that. And then just paint straight. So this is the ray, and then you add this much angle in it. And then that should be fine. So overlapping things. Yeah. That works better. It's the shape of it flaring out, kind of makes it look like stretching it. Just kind of feels weird. So this is better profile, or better shape in general. Just tuning out the. Is it not centered? Why is it giving me that offset? It is not centered. I could just move the entire thing. Up to this point. Yeah, up to this point. Canvas. And then we also do that with should be centered now. Just a bit of offset here. It's weird. Maybe it's the construction line. What the fuck? Oh god, this is the dreaded in between fucking thing. I thought it was in between pixels, which is impossible actually. But sometimes it feels like that. Like you're drawing in between pixels, so when the ruler snaps, if it snaps into place, it kind of skips wherever you're drawing at, so it's never aligned with it. Weird. Maybe I should follow my own advice and move this entire goddamn fucking star in a different layer. It's ridiculous. Also add this one, please, and also this one. Wait. There we go. Put it on top. There you go. And now we have free reign of just painting the goddamn borders. You don't have to worry about repainting it. Yeah, follow your own advice. It's a good advice. Now for this bit, we could trim this out. Yeah, I'm erasing the color here. And then we go back and fill that in. Whoops. Right. We're getting somewhere. The shape of this other one though, this other leg. So it has that bladed taper that we need to copy at least at some point. Bladed taper. It's like a sword, right? but there's enough of that side border that it kind of slides into it. Hard to replicate. Well, again, I don't have to. I just need to copy that and put it here. Yeah, what am I doing? Yeah, just do that, dude. Render this one bit in the middle, then copy it 4 times for the other bit. That's the best way. Anyways, we will do that instead. Symmetrical things, a bit fucky. Fucks with you, and you know the imperfections that it creates reminds you that you're human, dude. You're a bitch-made human, but that's fine. Completely fine. There's a wise man that once said the imperfections made artwork perfect. That's Aris said. Bugs. He's talking about bugs in Fallout 70. Fallout 4. Fallout. Oh, that's Fallout 3. Fallout 3. He's playing Fallout 3, and he loves the game because of the bugs. And he's reasoning that the most fun he had is with the bugs because that makes the gameplay unpredictable and in a fun way. Not in a game-breaking way, but in a fun, you don't know what's gonna happen way. And he loves that shit. Which I understand. And he reasoned out like the imperfections in Mona Lisa makes Mona Lisa perfect, unique. And that makes it perfect. You don't complain to Leonardo that oh, you did the mouth wrong. We have that. You know what? Just focus on this one. This one. Make this fucking work. There. See, that's my problem with layers. I'm drawing on a different layer. I'm painting on a different layer. So it makes it tedious that way. Especially if you want to just get on with the painting, but it's also helpful in regards of making the workflow better, easier to manipulate. Right. Oops, wrong layer again. That point is sharp. Just I would argue just it should be inside the blue thing, maybe halfway in, so that it's still within the border. So there you go. Now we could. So this is another thing that I don't like about layers, right? So we could select this guy. Shift-I to invert selection, select the layer that you're gonna make a new mask on, delete, so that any paint outside of the base there will be deleted, and then create a new layer, make a new mask, and then you could paint on top of this new mask here, this guy. So when you paint and you try to render him, it will not go past the thing. See, what is that? How did I not see that? Yeah, it's here. Let's fix that. I'm using a turnip pen. Why does it have the... There we go. Yeah, this is the fun bit, right? Where the fuck you, how the fuck you fuck that up? Oops. I'm trying to correct that shit. I should be using G-Pan because this is way better. I'm just more used to the pressure. And then you could select that base here and then color it in, so it doesn't look weird. And then we try to render it. We can switch to our Photoshop brush and try to add in some, you know, just basic color here and there. And the basic values. Gonna have that like a bevel, and then you get some color variation in the center because the light is coming from there. It's gonna reflect more yellow. Let's make it yellow. That's the property of gold. Most metal reflect light as white. They just reflect it as the main color, but gold reflects a tint of yellow alongside whatever the light source is. So that's why gold looks way more yellow than, let's say, bronze or copper. So your highlights will be more yellow, your bounce light will be more yellow. So that's how you render gold. Like similar to this one, right? Like this. Just adding more tint here and there. Okay, let's not render that. It's another far business to focus on. I'm not. Hey, guy, talk. I'm mumbling, probably mumbling to myself. My mic probably not picking that up. I need to find a way where I could set up my mic and not like lean towards it, because if I put it on my face directly in front of me, it's gonna be blocking my drawing tablet and my hands, so I need to figure that out. Right, and then you could slowly add some value in the rendering, just piece by piece. Don't overextend it. Make it a slow, gradual additions so that you could control it. You're trying to highlight the gem
in the middle. And since the light source of the card will coming from straight down, straight from above it, I should also show that. I could add this later. Okay, we're gonna not worry about that minor ray. We just need to focus on this big one, the first one, and then we could just copy that and then paste it on the other sides, on the other major rays. Okay, so now I want more orange on this side because that's where the light will first hit it. A bit more color than that, so it shows up. And a bit more orange on the shadows. Yeah, it's getting there, but we want more definition here. The initial design was this doesn't have a fuller, so we're gonna turn off the ruler here. It would just be separated right in the middle. And then it will have a gradation from hitting the top part and then slowly gradiating down to one side. And you have a darker something like that. Maybe make it more orange. Something like that maybe. Kind of works, but it doesn't look like mellow yet. But we're not gonna try and hurry. Let me check. Oh shit, it's the meaty cheese boys. Put it up, put it up. Hell yeah, brother. To satisfy.
have no idea what this is for. But I've been watching our stream.
Vegetarian, but I won't eat tofu again. Give me the ultimate cheeseburger. Cheese meat, and that's it. I'd be so broke up if we broke up, but this burger's bigger than our relationship. I'm not lying, it's a giant.
It's the first time I've heard this, the lyrics.
I'm sure you'd understand it better if you ate more like a guy. Maybe someday I want you back, but until then, baby, please, I'm begging you to let me go so I can have my meat and cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. You sexy girl. Don't get me wrong, I want you back, but this is where my heart belongs. I'm not lying, it's a giant, meant to satisfy. I'm sure you'd understand it better if you ate more like a guy. Maybe someday I want you back, but until then, baby, please, I'm begging you to let me go so I can have my meat and cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you say cheese. Meat, cheese, meat, cheese. When I say meat, you
That's sick. That's funny. Okay, sync is fine, I guess. Some of these. There you go. Now back to rendering. I want to fix that. It's weird. What is this? It looks okay, but when I paint over it, I could see the fuck-ups. See, that's weird. It doesn't have it here, but when I put it here. What? Where did that come from? Fuck. There's like an invisible pixel here that is weird to me. Let me this?
Watching you while working. Yeah, me too. I mean, me too. I'm also working.
Maybe we could add some fuller here. Arguing about this.
this blue thing.
understand why it's not centered. What the fuck? There. Final. Final answer. Everything else better get in line. What a banger. This is Street Fighter First Strike, right?
got the power. You got the might.
No way.
Get ready for battle.
Give me your money.
Beat the Black Knight.
I want to watch Airstream. This gets me. It's like this kid will pop out with a bit of smoke. Everyone cheers.
You got the power. You got the might.
No way.
Get ready for battle.
Give me your money.
Be the Black Knight.
We're getting there, slowly but surely. Trying to lock in and figure out focus with this shit. There. Slowly but surely. Oh, my back. Ugh.
You got the power. You got the might.
No way.
Get ready for battle.
Give me your money.
Be the Black Knight.
And then ours should pop out. Hey, what's up, amigo? And right there, everything's doing well. Favorite ice cup, yeah. Oh, you're asking me? What's my favorite ice cup? It's the one with the duodenum cancer. It's complaining about how a donation message could bring everyone down, and he's talking about the AGDQ speedrun stream, and everyone's like trying to speedrun a game, everything is cool, right? And someone would donate $1 and complain, "Oh, my dog died of duodenum cancer," and then bringing everyone down, and then some guy would just donate $500. Hey, keep the run, amazing run, you know, keep it up. And that's his complaint. The duodenum cancer. Give me a glass of Heineken, call the ambulance. It's always fun. It's funny because yeah, he's right. It's already the direction of the cause, right? It's a stream for a cause, right? We're helping cancer patients and helping fund research for cancer, right? And then it's just like, yeah, people who go there would want to support the cause, and because they know someone who suffers from cancer, right? But it's really not a place for you to, you know, what's the right word there? Well, to whine, not really whine, but trauma dump. So it's not the place, and it just brings the energy level down. That's why it's funny how he juggled the fucking the fucking argument. He juggled it with jokes. It's funny. And also I think this is your favorite, the Dark Soul player. The base Dark Souls with his feet. I think that's your favorite. There's a lot. One of my favorite is the one when he wrestled his washing machine. Yeah, it's like a Balrog. It's like fighting Balrog in the Mines of Moria. Wrestling his washing machine. And he didn't even make that joke, it was someone from the chat. Also the Bong song, it has a lot of fucking APT lore. I would play that and keep it playing while I sleep, and then I would wake up in the middle of my sleep cycle, and then I would hear one of the crews playing, and I will laugh in the middle of sleeping. I would laugh because I heard the joke as it was playing in the background while sleeping, and I would laugh. That's cute. That's funny. It's a funny guy. Favorite streamer smile. Okay, so we're kind of getting there. It's just taking a while to figure out what the fuck do I want to do with the sign here. So we're switching things around, seeing what works. And this is where painting straight on instead of fiddling with layer and blending modes really helps, because you could get instant feedback on the design, and you could realize, does it work, does it not. So you don't have to worry about colors, your values. You could worry about that a bit later. But now we're just designing mostly. But those are very important things. So you don't get to skip out on those. We will have more focus on. We will have a pass on the values. Right now I'm just trying to figure out what I want this to look like. Aside from COVID, what do you hate most about the pandemic? Not really. Nothing changed from my lifestyle. I've always been working at home, or at least before, right? So it's pretty much the same thing. And I get to not much. I don't go out. I don't touch grass. I think what I hate the most about it is would be getting shit, buying shit, because yeah, it's just added, caution. Right? You have to bathe your grocery in alcohol before opening it. It is could give you some at least peace of mind that you did try to sterilize your package. But yeah, it's the going out and shit, because I don't do that. So when I do, it's kind of like one of the few times I do get out, and I have to do all the fucking safeguards and shit. And most often you're not allowed to go out. That's the problem. And I go out if I'm gonna drink with friends, because it's their birthday, right? And then I have to muscle my way through the curfew, guys. Yeah, mostly that. But outside of the norm, it's very basic, very common. Nothing much to hate about. I get to play a lot of games, so that's good. I think I was playing a few sessions of D&D. I have 2 groups, so that's good. What's the one thing that you started during the pandemic that you still, you still practice today? Probably streaming, right? I started streaming during that time, and I lost all the fucking scenes that I prepared before, so I'm back to this bare bones stream. What else? Nothing much. I would say it's still mostly the same. If I did bring something from that, is I'm not sure. It didn't change much of my lifestyle, so it doesn't really affected me on that regard. So I would say nothing much changed. So if I learned something from there, it's probably I do always wash my hands after I piss and everything. I always wash my hands. If I touch any food, I would wash my hands afterward. Because I touch my PC and I draw on my tablet, I can't have greasy hands. So yeah, I think I don't have much on that. Like what I brought up from the pandemic. Okay, this shape is not working. Okay, I need to fucking nail down this shape. Okay, what if I go simple? Okay, let's try that. Because this shape is weird. It's like slimy or it's not working out. Okay, we will try one simple bevel. Just added, I need to remind myself that it's gonna be pretty small on the fucking top left corner, so those details will not be clear unless you really put the card up your face. So I need to be wary of that, because I'm over designing the fucking fuller of the blade and it doesn't look good, and it's not gonna be people won't see it that much unless they really look at the details of the card, which is could be energy I've been putting elsewhere. This is Street Fighter 2. Yeah, it's Street Fighter. Maybe King of Fighters. I don't know. Sounds like Street Fighter. World Warrior, I'm sure. Okay, we're getting there. So we're gonna let this shit get and then we're gonna add some highlights here. Man, I'm blanking out. I'm getting tired. Ah, fuck. This is I think the hard part about playing when it doesn't look like what you want and it doesn't come out like in the first like 4 tries. You get immediately fucking bummed out, like what the fuck is happening. I was able to paint that helmet like it was nothing, and now I'm struggling to even set the colors right. I think it's like that. At least for me, because I haven't really mastered the fundamentals, so it's biting me up in the ass. But we'll get there. Now this is required. Yeah, getting there.
apply that same yellow here on the center part. This is See What the Sewer. This song was made by an Irish fan. And he allowed him to use this for his the band name was Cranial Engorgement, and they disbanded now, but pretty cool. Away from my mic. Hello, there you go. So we should be able to get that really hot shadow with enough saturation. And then we're gonna turn off the wait. Before we add specific highlights, let me just turn this on. Just trying to merge them with the other bits. Pretty sick song. Alright. Okay. Now we're gonna merge this thing. Copy this bit. Copy that up to that point. And we paste that, then flip it on its side.
Voila. Voila. Well, there you go. Problem is, why don't they match? What the fuck, dude? Okay, so it's gonna be way above here. It's not equal. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Are you telling me that this shit is not equal? How? Okay, one experiment. Fuck this shit. One more experiment. Since we're dealing with this, right? What if... that indicates that we go control T and two position counters. So now they're centered. Almost. Alright. It's just my bullshit unreliable ones. Just that. Are we getting stuck up on this? Just so if you flip it on the side, it should be the same. Supposed to be. You know what? You know fucking what? Can I get another symmetrical cooler? And vanishing point. The fuck happened? Not sure. Does this fix it?
What do we do here? That is frustrating. I don't know what the fuck is that. I'll try my best. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with this symmetrical grid? It's not centered in any Okay. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Should be working.
You got that?
That's weird. I don't know how to fix this. Okay, I have an idea. Right? Since this part is not at all equal, we could delete this part. That's so weird. So the center is not the center. That's the problem. I have, where's the sketch I made? There has to be a setting for the symmetrical to get. Maybe that? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I think I found it out. Hold on. Not all hope is lost. So we gonna do this. That's how you fucking do it. Okay, we're back in business, dude. Alright, we're back in business. Let's rescale this. I think it's good here. Yeah. Oh wait, what happened? Oh, I clicked it again, that's fine. Hey. Pretty good song. One thing I wish I could do while streaming is just to play random YouTube videos, because that's kind of like my jam. I would play some random horror videos and then just white noise, because with songs it gets me more hype but also tires me out. Even if I'm not doing much, like the hype alone makes me kind of pooped out after a while. So now we figure out what the symmetrical ruler actually does. Now we have a 4-way now. See? Fucking amazing. So now we could just set up one shape and we can apply to all the sections. Man, technology. Don't have to do math to do this shit. That's good. As much as I shit on third-party studios, pricing plans, they could all eat a bit. They do some good shit, and some of them are worth it, but it's really annoying that you need to get a subscription. Everything is a subscription. But if you compare that to Adobe, that you have to pay them so you could unsubscribe, that's a different hell. I don't want to be in that hell. I'd rather this one. And yeah, there are other better digital painting softwares with Corel that you could get for one payment. And GIMP is always free. But why I stick with Paint is because they have good infrastructure for comic making. Just unbeatable with comics. I haven't seen anyone that has pretty nifty manga making tools, because that before this was called Manga Studio. That was the name. No one contacted me, oh we're changing names. Just one day Manga Studio became YouTube. And that's when I bought my shit. But before we were making comics with Manga Studio. They probably wanted to branch out to general digital painting, not just manga, and that's why the name changed. And the
features itself. You're able to import ABR format brushes. So your Photoshop brushes can now be imported. And that's one of the biggest fucking update that everyone liked. Yeah, dude. Go back. Now we have a fucking equilateral shape. God damn! Took me a while. Took me fucking 10 years to figure that you could do a 4-way symmetrical ruler on this shit. Ah, that's good. You know, you learn things every day.
Honestly, darling, I love you.
I wish I could split my audio so I could listen to random YouTube video essays, creepy shit, and then you guys would just hear the music. I think you could do that. I'll fuck with OBS later. Let's figure out how to do things. So now we could easily repaint this, right? So we got a selection here. Select that. Control Shift I, delete, and then undo. Now we have a fresh start here. Yeah, it auto updates. That's fucking sick, dude. Fucking sick. Let's go. That's fucking nice. Now here, see the bottom part doesn't make sense, right? Now look at this shit. Look at this shit, dude. We are just gonna make it happen.
Listen closely, approach me, suckers want me. Those who try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible. I cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than Michael Jordan makes slams.
So Sean here? Sean Green?
Taking knowledge on a different level. Make some lyrics like the bass with the treble. We take a deep breath, getting funky as my lungs release a solid rhyme. Never stop, so I continue on. With the first word is right where it's born. I made your imperfection out of Belgian fantasy. Take a mind and start. Like me.
Go?
Listen closely, approach me. Suckers want me. Those who try to treat me like
Oh, oh, that's why.
cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than Michael Jordan makes slams.
So now we're gonna paint this better.
Listen closely, approach me. Suckers want me. Those who try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible. I cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than Michael Jordan makes slams. Taking knowledge on a different level. Make some lyrics like the bass with the treble. We take a deep breath, getting funky as my lungs release a solid rhyme. Never stop, so I continue on. With the first word is right where it's born. I made your imperfection out of Belgian fantasy. Take a mind and start. Like me. Listen closely, approach me. Suckers want me. Those who try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible. I cut a sucker in small chunks, make more rhymes than my like a Jordan make slam dunk low. Prerogative. So listen closely, approach me. Sucker close me. Don't try to treat me like greater than toast me impossible.
That was somewhat kind of. You don't have to worry about mismatching your base. Now, once we do the thing, right, start off. And it should line up. Yeah, kinda. It works. Still doesn't make sense why it's not centered on the thing. Should be. That's weird. Oh, okay. I think I got this. I got this. I will redo the sketch so that we get the most.
care.
Alley Cat Blues.
Okay, doing well. Figured that out, you know. Took a while. But now it should be pretty. Let's get rid of those distracting. Body closer. That's weird. It doesn't close. There you go. Okay. One more. Right now I'm trying to get the same amount of the same thing. There. Yeah. Fucking finally. God bless. Pretty cool, dude. Pretty cool. Now we're just gonna match that. And it's supposed to be easier because it's a better guideline. And we're gonna start with your tricks so we don't get no issue. This up. Thing. Yeah, seems like we're doing good. Just gonna try this out. Okay. Close the sleeping cat. Then let's make this. There.
Thank God. I will take a 5-minute break. It's not an energy too. My back hurt. I have to fucking. I figure out you can do the symmetrical ruler 4 ways. So thank God. Figure that out because I'm tearing my head trying to make this the same parts, right? Equal parts everything. And it was hard. Well, I want to finish this like this so I'm done with the units. So you have low rank units here and then high rank units. So we're gonna do nothing with it. Well, I wish I could. What do you think about my new avatar? I was supposed to try the veiny rib for your pleasure version, but I started with this first. The pointer guy is coming all over the canvas. That's why I guess blush. Yeah, there's an option. We could add that. I turned it off because I thought it was distracting. Let me turn that on. Bounce first. Hello. Should work. Hello? Yeah. Now it's bouncing. Hello? Hello? It kind of does that. Hello? it's funny. Hello? 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 Yeah, it does that. I thought it was just because I'm trying to. What I want to do is to have this guy, right, be on this pointer, the one I'm drawing, and still talk. But these are two different softwares. This guy that I used to draw with, and this guy on the lower right, that is my avatar. These are two different. Yeah, but it's not one and the same, so now there's two of them. Bakit orange yung napili mong color? Well, it's my favorite. This song is too. This is the song that Aris complains about. It's this Teenage Turtle one. I played it. It's so hard, this fucking game. Stupid ass bitch. So funny thing, right? He complains that this song is 15 minutes long and it's too long. And he would try to remove it on the fucking playlist, on the Batman playlist. But before he does that, he would reason out, I'll fuck with future Aris, so when it plays on his stream, he would complain and not remove it so that he gets to prank future Aris. What a guy. When you say fuck you, future Aris. Is it still in the playlist?
Blues.
Where is that? Oh yeah, it is still in the Batman playlist. Yeah, try to merge try to do the idea that you suggested, but I couldn't find a software that does that in one, right? I thought maybe it's an option in OBS scenes that I could get the scene to be a mouse pointer, so it just follows your mouse around, so that I would only need one scene, and there's one crayon that's talking and also drawing and shit. But I'm not sure how to do that. And the one thing about Google is they fucking suck now. I've been sucking for the last 5 years. And whenever you search something specific, it will grab the words by themselves and just give you relevance by word, not by sentence. It became dumber. So when I search OBS attached scene as mouse pointer, you'll get a bunch of videos that teaches you how to make a custom mouse pointer or make a scene in OBS. That's all you get. So stupid. Yeah, it's a dystopian future. Too bad we roll a dystopian future in the choose your own adventure shit. And it's not fun. Hey, Beats Creation. Yeah, Google search engine has been in the dump. You can't find shit that is related to your shit anymore. Kinda sucks. Yeah. Is it intentional that Twitch that Twitch you have to be followed from Twitch? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I'm not. Yeah, I think it's okay to be followed from what? Is it intentional that Twitch? Oh, to chat. No. That's probably like a sub only chat. The creator setup, the streamer setup, but usually you just click agree to the rules and then you hear it. It's probably follower only or sub only mode for chat. Yeah, and it's probably the creator set it up like that. Now I'm just gonna ham this in and fill the colors in, because I spent way too much time trying to make it symmetrical. Sucks. Could have been finishing the render at that point. Maybe something in your head. Yeah, probably you could try clear cache and shit. Probably that would help, but usually it would say if it's a sub-only chat or a follower-only chat. Yes, I'm making a card game, so I'm already on the playtesting phase with the prototype cards, so now I'm designing the actual card itself, which is taking way longer than I expected. So I don't usually design UI, so yeah, I'm learning as I go. So yeah, you could actually, I forgot to put the link for the card game, so you could play for free. So it should probably on next stream I'll post it on the description. And hopefully after the designs are done and I've made 2 more decks, I could start working on the manga. Oh shit, that's cool. Beats creation, nice. I'm also a card game designer now. Many of us streaming. Yeah, it's probably because this streaming design process would be difficult because you're mostly trying to figure out what to do with the game, right? So it's mostly internalizing your process. So at least with art, you could show some progress on that. I joined a playtesters group. Break My Game, I think that's the one. It's kind of niche for sure, yeah. Are you also on the playtesting phase on your game? So I find that the most hard part is getting enough sample size to play for playtesters, right? So you get a good data for you to check and compare it. So since mostly you get to playtest with other designers or veterans of the genre that you play of your game, right? You don't get much of new player experience. Yep, I got two actually. Nice. Oh shit, that's cool. Oh man. I want to get to the point where, because this year is gonna be busy as I'm saying what I'm gonna do, but later on I'm gonna start developing online version because I have the game on Dex Screen Top and Tabletopia for now for playtesting, but I wanted to make a Steam free to play demo with all the card buildings and shit, but that's a long way down the road. I need to learn how to develop with Godot. So what games did you design, Beats? Maybe I could play that. I could play that. Well, if it's out, I would check it out. Yeah, you have the same aspirations. Yeah. Just so much, right? Just designing the game is already a beast of its own. And then you suffer multiple. You get multiple sufferings in developing other aspects of it. Especially what media you're gonna make it as. Music's a little too loud. I turned it up for the meaty cheese boys. So right now, okay, I'm gonna change this little race in a different hue, maybe copper or bronze. I'm gonna sort that out later. What I want to do is get rid of this line work so that I don't have to paint under it, because you don't see the edges, which is bad. I got a co-op, resource management, TCG, and other one is Western Horror Party sort of game. Oh, that's cool. I have small experience, little experience with card games. Played a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gen 1, Gen 2, and a bit of Gwent, Hearthstone, and Magic Arena, I think, the digital one. So yeah, it's kind of hard grasping strategies. but I did play some of party games, so that Western Horror is pretty dope. What's the name? I'll look it up. Because right now, I'm trying to really push the process to the point where it could, I could, because it's mostly for a manga. That's what this is all about. I wrote a script for, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Yeah, there's a manga, then there's the game, right? I wrote a script for a game, so I need to design a game. And that put me into this rabbit hole that I'm in right now. So yeah, it's kind of like went in reverse. It's kind of funny that it's the amount of work that I have to put in just to start the manga becomes way more proportionally than the manga itself. And I'm not talking down to mangas if it's not hard work to do, but it's just way more trying to design a game. Armies Against Entropy is my TCG. Blight of Black Ridge is my party game. Oh. Is it available online? I'll go check it out. But that sounds like a cool project. Yeah, it's mostly so I wanted to make a manga, and then the game came up, and then since it's a fantasy mana punk-ish world, it allows me to update my portfolio at the same time. So I'm gonna do concept work as my profession, so I could update my portfolio with this project. So at least 4 birds or 3 birds with one stone. But yeah, it's just a lot. It's just a lot to deal with. That's my girlfriend on the chat, so we're probably gonna check it out. And if it's available to easily available, we could probably play that. So right now, I have to iron out these edges from the line work because they're kind of all over the place. So I want to make it like really sharp and uniform. So the problem with the process of making a base mask is if it's jaggy at some point, it will show up on the layers on top of it. So I gotta clean out the base mask and what's on top of it. It's gonna, just making sure that when I start rendering, I don't encounter blanks and weird edges, so I don't have to jump layers to layers. Oh yeah, okay. Do you have so I would guess the rules will be included in the platform, right? If you have a YouTube link, I'm not sure if you can link the a video of it, or like the what do you call that, spiel, the feature video, right? So that it has the rules and shit. So definitely check it out. Because I also want to get exposed more to other games, especially board games. Because during playtesting, when I'm playtesting with veteran card game players, right? They reference other card games I haven't heard, like Lord of the Rings card games, I didn't know they have a card game for Lord of the Rings. I just heard that the one with the Magic collab, right? But I didn't know there was a, what's the LCG, like a PvE card game. Okay, but it's probably, but I do have a bunch of game design. Okay, we could probably get the idea on how to play that from there. Feel free to link it on the chat so I could check it up later. I'll just probably Google it. Did you join the Break My Game server Discord? Because that's where I get most of my playtest sessions. We have like what do you call that? Like scheduled playtesting. I have a really good rulebook for armies. Black silver. Okay. Yeah, there's like there's a website that have the Discord invite, but it doesn't work. So I asked one of my friends to link it to me. So I could probably send you maybe DM you the invite link for the Discord, so you could also schedule your playtest there. Because I tried other communities for playtesting, and some of them are not even, active. So it's kind of hard to find players to test your game. So when I was searching for a good, community to test homebrew games, someone suggested that, and yeah, they're active. They're having a playtest session every day. Yeah, so it's a pretty cool place. Pretty cool server. This is Tekken, right? The sound. Tekken 6? Oh no, it's Guacamelee. I'm part of a few different ones, but I haven't actually used maybe for playtest. Oh, okay. But yeah, that's my main, I think I would say a slow point, because I could only playtest while I'm there. I made a tutorial video on how to play the game, but it's more convenient that since I'm playing with veteran card players and board game players, they're more keen on learning the rules on the fly, and so far they commented that the game's really easy to pick up, but they could understand once the variety of cards are put in, the complexity will just skyrocket. So which is what I want. At least the design aspect of it. It should be like playing chess. The simples are rules. The rules are simple, and anyone could play. But then once you get to the complex stuff, yeah, it becomes really competitive. Oh shit! The music is still a bit too loud. Turning it down more. Yeah, usually when I work, because I haven't streamed for like a long time, so usually I just work and play some random videos, like horror, creepy stuff on YouTube, and that would just serve as white noise. So I'm not really used to music while working, because I get hyped up while listening, and I would get tired. I would just get tired from getting hyped, and then I would, pucker myself out from the music. Where does that come from? Oh, it's from the shit. I was rendering on the wrong layer. I should clear that out. And then we could arrange this weird unrefined edge here. Maybe I should be too precise with this because I'm gonna paint this over, but I got to the it won't let me link on YouTube, and your Twitch says I have to follow for a month in order to chat. What? That is not the thing. Maybe that's a new rule because I never set it. This is an old account and I never set it up like that. Maybe that's a new rule. Reddit also have that, like you need enough karma to comment on shit, and I'm a lurker on Reddit, so I never got comments and I could never post anything on there. It gets automatically banned by mods, with the moderator bot. So yeah, I think it's a new rule. It's Twitch, it's not on your end, it's probably Twitch, because I have not fucked with that setting. There's no setting that I made. Yeah, so we're just gonna look for it on screen top since I got the name already, and me and my girlfriend will play it out. I think she would like the horror party game. Yeah, should be because we play card games, like party games, Exploding Kittens, right? We used to play that, and Catan. I played Catan, but that's mostly resource management, right? Right. I played it for a bit with some friends. Right, so we're almost done with the edging here. Just gonna make sure that every bit, not that refined, but almost there. So now we could reintroduce the rendering that we had earlier, but it's gonna be a lot easier now because everything's equal, symmetrical. I mean, should work like a piece of cake. What do we do here? So we select that, Control Shift I, then select the layer, delete. Now we have free reign for this one. There you go. But yeah, definitely let me know how it goes for you. Yeah, well, I'm gonna start. So this is gonna be like a daily dev log, recording my process on the game because that keeps me on it. Kind of forces me to do it, right? So that's where I'm gonna be here every day. So we'll let you know how that went. So do you have a links? Do you have the links in the game? I do, but I haven't set it up on the Discord, on the description. But you could search. I'll type it out. Maybe I could send a link. Let me try it. Probably. Oh yeah, that works. Yeah, that's the game. So I have the. Oh, chat is can't link. Okay, gotcha. So that's the game. This game I'm working on. and the rules is on the upper right. It's like the guide, but I've changed the draw mechanic. I flip it on its head, so now you get to draw 4 cards at the beginning, and the lower your life gets, the less card you can draw. So you have an incentive to attack directly and lower your opponent's life. Because for my earlier playtest, experienced player would load up their army on my base, but not directly attack me. So that once they get enough potential damage on their units, they would just attack in one turn and kill me in one turn. And that would block me from any advantage that I would get from getting damage and drawing more cards. So they would just cock block me from drawing more cards, and then once they got enough army on my base, they would one turn kill me, which is a good strategy. I would say it was a siege, like a strategy. You're sieging your opponent, you're blocking their resources, right? It makes sense, but it sucks that you don't have much incentive on attacking. So the best play would be make sure you kill him on your next turn. So I flipped that around. So now at the beginning, when you have higher life, you have more draw cards. You could draw more cards, and the lower it gets, you are restricted on drawing your normal draw. So yeah, I just flipped the rule around. I think I updated the guide there, but yeah, it should show up. And also it feels better to play at the beginning because you could just put down your army at the first get-go, because it feels better that way. Because once you the rules before, when you could only draw one card at the beginning, once you play more than one card on your turn, it feels like you're at a disadvantage. So yeah, it just feels better to draw more cards at the beginning. And what limits that is just you only have maximum of 7 cards in your hands. So right now, yeah, we're gonna start rendering this now. Nice, sounds cool. Yeah, it's a bit mix of army. It's not army management. It's more of chess mixed with Yu-Gi-Oh, mostly. So, but you don't have cost. No, there's no cost on playing any card. So you could play it at any time, as long as you play the right type of cards. So it's mostly about reaction and how you could adapt to whatever your opponent does. So also as a defender, there's a lot of comeback mechanics. If you're lagging behind on life or you're getting outnumbered, you have a set of cards that is available for you to use, and you don't have to rely on RNG. It's always on there, and these are limited cards per game, but it allows you to have at least some counterplay once you get to the point where you're losing ground. So yeah, most of the playtest always comes close, except for the latest one where I think I buffed the wizard deck too much. And I've been seeing a lot of wizard win in my playtest, so which is, yeah, I think I buffed it too much. There was like a weird interaction where they could just spam a talent for their Warlord, and they just keep spamming that, and for every turn your enemy takes like 8 damage directly without any units on your field, which is supposed to be fine, but I need to nerf that to at least a few uses. So right now, I'm gonna turn this a bit low, and then start painting. This symmetrical ruler is such a G, dude. It's so good. It kind of fixes my weird, unrefined sketching because I can't, for the life of me, draw symmetrical shit. I mean, I could eyeball it, but when you're designing UI, it's kind of important that you make sure that your UI element is, if it's intended to be symmetrical, right? You need to make sure that it is as symmetrical as you can. And when you freehand it like this, it's a weird feeling of, you feel like it's symmetrical, but it's actually not. It's such a bitch to draw. But this fucking ruler is so sick. It just allows you to do that. Why is it painting over the thing? Huh? I know why. Yep, that's the one. That's why it does that. So I need to refine this bit because I can't paint over it. It has this weird blobs. Also this one, so a bit too coarse, and it will have the same problem later. Let's trim that down now. Make sure everything is at least refined again. Yeah, seems like we're good. So we're gonna head back here, start painting. Yeah, I'm bad. All my stuff is more asymmetrical than it should be. Yeah, making symmetrical stuff, right, is such a bitch to do. Especially if you're doing mechs. Oh, god damn. Because not only have to worry about the symmetry and proportion of it, it's also the perspective that's gonna really put in the drawing skill to test. It's kind of like, you really need to focus on it. You can't just willy-nilly try it out and then hope for the best. If you're doing less of, because if you're drafting, for example, you're drafting for an instruction manual, right? That's gonna be the fucking test of your, making sure your accuracy is on top, on point. Because that, painting is one thing, but drafting is another beast. It's like it takes a different set of skills to, you're still drawing, right? But especially industrial design, they really have to be accurate. Accurate to a point, right? Accurate to a point that it doesn't affect the design overall, at least negatively. And if you're designing cars, you should be accurate a bit. You should at least be accurate. Luckily, my art style is pretty scribbly for the art of the game, so it's good. Oh yeah, I've been playing a bit of Darkest Dungeon, and actually this software that I'm using for the avatar, what's the name? PNGtuber has that scribbly UI, and I wish I could, implement some of that because it looks cool. especially if it's a style that is developed. Even scribble art looks really cool once it's stylized. And what's the other thing? What's that game? Fear and Hunger, right? It's painterly, but it has that render style that is creepy, but also in a level of unrefined, but still has that creepy look, which is great. And I would say, yeah, that style is a bit scribbly, especially the monsters and the gods actually. Pretty sick. I'm with this card game. I need to make another one, another design, because this one is the placement of it is final, but the look of it looks like an old school card game, and that's what the comments I'm getting from peers. It looks like an old school card game with the elements, with the rendering. And when I look at modern card games, Hearthstone and Hearthstone-like cards, they have that modern graphics that doesn't really look. It looks made in Illustrator, right? Vector art. It looks like highly detailed and highly scaled. So it doesn't have that brush feel, like it wasn't painted. So I made this one as going for the painterly look, and then I'll make another template that has that modern design elements, right? The crisp minimalist style. So I'm still on the fence with how it should look, but I'm kind of liking this one because it has all the elements of the game and the universe, right? So you have swords, you have gun that is, your gunpowder is infused with mana, so it could punch through armor that has runes with mana. So imagine a world where the Industrial Revolution, instead of finding oil or steam, they found mana as a fuel source. Some could personally interact with it and control it, and some can't. So to fight back or to have their power secure for themselves, they would invent machines that uses mana to counter those who could control mana. So that's kind of like the universe that it's in, and it kind of shows some of the elements here, right? So I like that. Just from the border, you get the feeling of what the world feels like. But I think you could also achieve this with the modern minimalist style, but it's just harder because it's minimalist. So yeah, it looks good to me. Oh, thanks. I'm really leaning on this design, but I can't say for sure because I haven't made the minimalist one. But I'm mostly gonna go with this one for now. It's just hard to because I have to. What I'm making now these are the emblems for the card, so it will tell you what type of card it is. So it goes here with this guy. So this helmet is for low rank units, and this star emblem would be for high rank units, and it's just an indication that this card is a lot stronger than your normal cards. So these are your generals of your army, and they're limited in availability for decks. So they're a good target to destroy once they're on the field because there's only limited number of them. So I'm trying to make sure that it's seen because the game has like a board. It's not like Magic where you have 2 rows of cards. It has a board, 7x6. It's like a chess game, like a chessboard. And my main obstacle is making sure the elements are seen across that board. So even if your opponent does something on his end, your opponent should be able to see it clearly. So that's like the main challenge of me trying to design UI, which I haven't done professionally, at least. Because there's so much shit that's happening especially in UI, especially for games, because your players will interact with it, and it has a lot of rules that you need to kind of follow. But for this design, I'm just going with what I want it to look like and feel like, and more or less so if it's following the the golden rule of UI design. Because it's a bit noisy, especially on the left part. This part, it's a bit noisy, but fuck it. It has a cool axe with torn cloth in it. It's fucking cool. I mean, well, at least for me, right? So it's more of the rule of cool before everything else. So I wonder if that's gonna be one of the more complaints. They can't see shit because of the cool shit that's in it. But I'm gonna be expecting that because even right now, well, the main information on the card is quite visible, but you have this high contrast things around it that pulls your eyes out from what's important, right? So once you look at it like this, there's like, oh, there's like something here. Is this important? Oh, there's something here. Is this important? Right? So it kind of pulls your eye away from the main things that you should be looking out for. But we'll see once it's done. But yeah, me neither. I'm just making it up. Yeah, yeah. That's the best way to. Not the most efficient way to learn, but it's the best way to learn, right? Because once you do something, you already learn the process of making it. And when you realize, oh, it's not the best way to go about things, but then you already know how to make it, so it's easier the second time. So yeah, I'm a self-taught artist, so that's how I mostly learn how to draw and paint. Yeah, throughout my life. That's a good way to do things. Just FYI, I did look up, and there's a setting in Twitch that changes how long someone has to be. Oh shit! Okay, I'll change it up. It's probably automated, and it's automatically turned on, and I wasn't able to change it. I'm on the right. Oh shit. Where is it? Okay. Settings. Settings. Setting. Channel. Oh, I see. Oh, it's a chat shield thing. Oh, it's a chat shield thing. Oh, it's a chat shield thing. Hold on, I'm echoing myself. Hold on, I'm echoing myself. Hold on, I'm I'll turn that off. I'll turn that off. Where is it? But okay, 0 minutes. Okay, that is now done. One more chat today. One more chat. Alright, that's cool. I think that should. I'm sure it should apply now. Yeah, I changed it to. I turned off the shield mode on. It has the weird thing with only you have to follow for a month. That was weird. Thanks for letting me know, dude. Where was the setup? Oh yeah, thanks man. Yeah, it was when I logged in and tried setting up the stream today. There was like a chat mode thing on that was new. I'm like, okay, fuck it, whatever, turn it on. It's like an auto moderation thing, and I didn't saw the thing. Yeah, thanks again, man, for dropping by. I'll definitely we're gonna play your game, and you know we'll discuss it on the next stream. All right, see you around. Thanks again for the heads up on the chat thing. Thanks again, Beats. Right. I think I've fixed the chat thing. Thanks again for Beats for giving the heads up. Man, I've drank like 2 cups of coffee the entire day. I need the third one soon. So now we're just gonna keep on rendering this. It's a lot easier now because I don't have to worry about symmetry. Pretty dope. Right now I'm just adding some contrast on the metal because it's gold. It's got to be a lot of reflected shadows and shit. And then we could add more specific specular highlights later on top of it, because that would be quite different. You know, you don't need symmetry for that, so that's gonna be on the later part. I will also start rendering the base plate here. Cast shadows, so we're going with this weird light blue color. I'm just gonna put in some shadow here, some cast shadow on the what do you call this? What the fucking rays are producing. That's what I meant. And also what the borders are also producing. So those are cast shadows, and we have that. Just gonna make sure that we are mostly sticking with our form here. But it's gonna add a lot more depth to the emblem, and would help actually with the contrast of what we're trying to achieve here, because this thing would go here, so it should look stand out. It will not blend. It shouldn't blend with the background. Bit more we're doing the thing. So a bit more. We're doing a lot more darker values here. This would act like ambient occlusion to a point, but not necessarily black, but just enough so we get that deep, maybe desaturated a bit. Go. Nice and dark. So we're mostly painting over some stuff, but that's fine. You could easily remove it or paint over it. So just make sure that we progress the painting in equal amounts, so we don't have to go back and do this over again. Because as much as I enjoy the process, there's a lot of this shit I have to do. So yeah, there's not much time crunch, but I'd rather have more shit done, because the more shit done, I could get on with the other phases of the development and go on from there. Just a bit more here. Make it so that it's not as uniform. It's because, light works in mysterious way, not really. But, some deviation, some weird interactions would help sell at least the painting. We don't need it perfect, just good enough that we sell the illusion of the material. Alright, so we got that on, and we will now try to add more on the borders, so it's a bit black. The borders, the darker has a darker value here, so we're pushing it almost to black. But I'm going the old way of not having pure blacks on the painting, so it's gonna be, this is the blackest as it get, as dark as it get. We could add some highlights, but since the main material is already dark, we cannot push the light source more than what the local value of the material provides. So this is as much as the light could, you know, shine on it. But we could still add some specular highlights, but that's just mostly for later. For right now, we're just setting up values to define form, and you know that involves local values, how much it would interact with the light. Try, yeah, there's now a certain depth to it, right? Looks pretty cool, but we could push it further. Last, like a few nights ago, I saw one of Ruin Geo's stream. Was well, it's not a speed paint, but it was a like a time lapse process of him painting Sephiroth, and I was like, dude, he was done for like the first, for me on my level, I felt that the painting was done in like the first hour, and then he pushed it towards 8 hours, and it looks fucking insane. It's like, that's the difference of level from an art god to me, right? That's how I would at least calculate it, I would say. Like the amount of work that he put into a piece, and I would say, oh, it's done for me, right? Oh, I could post it, you know, ship it out, it's done. And then he then proceeds to do it more for 8 hours. So that 7-hour gap, that's like the skill of that's like the rate of difference in skill, because I couldn't see where else I could push the painting through, right? How much I could push the painting, and I realized that's kind of sick to realize. Oh shit, he could. Once I'm done with the drawing, it's not done. That's, you know, when artists complain about not getting the perfect, it's not done. That's what I think. That's what we meant. If we feel that we could push it further, but our skills are so lacking that it's hard for us to push it further, and that shows how much difference in skill when someone actually do push that further. So that gave me an insight of how much I need to work on my skills, and it's a good thing. Also, you know, a bad thing, because I you know, the doom of knowing, right? You're not as good as this guy, and it will take you years to get as good as this guy. So it's a practice of you beat yourself to into a pulp and then build yourself back in. So it's kind of cool that way. I know people would say, "Oh, you're negatively talking to yourself," but that's kind of what, like, you look for. Like, if you're envious of someone's art style, well, in general, if you're envious of something, it kind of tells you what is it that you want for yourself, right? And it gives you a clue on how you fucking do it, right? How do you get there from where you are now? So it's kind of cool that it works like that. And yeah, I felt revitalized to have another goal to set myself before, you know, trying to get to that level, and you just need to realize that you're not on that level, which is a far way down. You're gonna look a far way down to realize that. So yeah, so it's a good thing in general, but as long as you find a way to benefit from envy in a positive way, it's a general good feeling. But yeah, some philosophers thought about it. I think it was Nietzsche. Okay, so we're kind of rendering this pretty dope. This kind of like this form, it's kind of weird. I don't know if I'm gonna stick with this, but for now it kind of works. So let's just keep on painting. Right, so we could also spread that like darker values on the centerpiece, because we're gonna start dealing with that soon. Right now it's a bit dull, right? It's a bit quite dull. It doesn't have the punch of gold, so we're gonna add some colors here and there, just so we could slowly build that up as we render through it. Because later on you'll have to use overlay blending mode to do that. So if it doesn't have enough color at the foreground, it comes out weird. It's like burning and it goes all over the place. So you want to be at least have some color set up on the base painting that you're gonna put overlay onto, so that it could work on that way closer to what you intend to. So I'm looking for, okay, it kind of looks like that. So one thing I noticed about this symmetrical 4-way symmetrical ruler is it doesn't copy it for all sides, which is weird. What I thought was if I do this here, it's gonna replicate it here, and then since it's replicated here, it will also replicate here or here, right? But I guess it doesn't work like that. It's kind of a weird thing that when I finish, I finished this thing, and I look at this, it's not rendered at the same level. So oh shit, I need to manually do that. Okay. So we're gonna just slowly build this up, add some of that, because as you can see, it's quite different from the lateral branch of the crest. So I need to reference that, or I could just copy it and put it in there. That's also a shortcut. But you know what? Fuck it. I feel like referencing it. Okay, we're gonna put this just like a bit of light value here that we could use. Right, yeah, we're getting somewhere. So now we have this, we could refine this center bit. So I guess the best way is to do it. But it does, right? It does do that. See, it changes all of the sides at the same time. Maybe it does. I'm just, what? Right, so let's try this out. I'll do this. It doesn't affect, what? That's weird. It does it on the center but not here. Is it not the same? Yeah, see it. That is weird. That is weird. It doesn't, but it does apply it on here. Oh, I get it now. I'm dumb. That's why. It only applies it to the arm that you use it on. So for it to apply on the opposite side, right? So for example, I do it here. Yes, it does apply. But if you apply it on this part, it still just mirror it here, right? So if I do it here, yes, it mirrors it here. So when I'm working on this part, the equivalent of this part is the opposite, right? And it will mirror it by the sides. So if it doesn't reflect or doesn't reflect this one. So okay, okay, it's not weird. I'm just dumb. You could set, yeah, there's a bit of a difference between the thing, but I think it's just the rendering is quite that's weird. Should be equal. I'm having second thoughts about the sanctity of symmetry of this shit. It's the bane of my existence now. What is happening here? For me, it looks like this is way thicker than this area. So I'm not sure if it's affecting it. Can I make it so that it does apply on the far reaches of the thing? How do you do this? Snap angle 45 degrees. Line symmetry, number of lines 4. So if I want it, do I do over 8? Is that what is what does happen? So you could set it up like this. Okay, let me do some experiments. After years of using this software, only now that I'm fucking with it. Well, I do fuck with it, but it's not on this level of testing out features, because I just do it all reliable. Just fucking draw it, dude. That's the old reliable. It's not centered here, so I'll probably move this a bit more. God, it's so... there's like a delayed time of clicks. Alright, fairly centered. How about here? Not centered. Not centered. Not centered. Okay, so I need to bring it down a bit. There we go. Okay, so I'm hoping this would solve that problem. Let's select this guy here. Paint. Oh, it does solve the problem. That's how you okay, that's sick. So now I'm painting on both sides of it, right? Yep. So what I'll do now is I'll repaint this area so it would reflect on all the arms, at least the outline of it, so that I don't have to guess if it's the same, because that's I've been bamboozled by my perception so much this day because of this fucking thing, so I don't trust my senses right now. Because one thing is, you believe it's symmetrical, it's the same fucking width and height, then you try to fuck with it, and then it doesn't. You realize it's not the same the entire time. Your brain makes you believe that it was. Hey, Paul. Yun, naka-timing. Love the avatar. Solving a problem. Yeah. It was so I've been drawing on this fucking software for like a decade, more than a decade. And only now I've been realizing, oh, it has other features outside of what we usually use them for. So yeah, symmetry is I would consider one of the bane of my existence now. It's hard to freehand shit. I would say that and color theory, not color theory, but weird color interactions. That's like one of the worst things that I have to deal with while painting. How does green looks like? How does gray looks like blue when you put it close to yellow? That's so weird how we see color. I will listen to you while I work. Yeah, dude. Parang yung moving avatar, nilalabasan ng color sa point. Yeah. It's just weird that so we could only see a very narrow part of the visual spectrum, right? So these are not all the colors. It's just what we could see. And the horrible part is that it's not real. The color we see and how we see the world is not actually real. It's just our brain making sense of it so we could, survive and see, oh, that's a fucking tiger in the grass. Don't go there. But it didn't evolve to, see actual true colors. Because your eyes. It's just colors has so much weird interactions with light and what you're trying to look at, right? So what you see as red is not actually red. So especially if it's a red and if an object is red in a blue background, in a blue room with the blue lights, you see that shirt as red, but it looks to you but the actual color that is reflecting off it and getting absorbed by your eyes is purple. But your brain autocorrects it because the entire room is blue and that shirt is red. So it corrects itself that, yeah, that shirt is red. It's just that the room is blue. So when you try to paint, oh, the shirt is red, and then you paint red shirt, and then when you put the background in it, it looks weird. So to imitate how our brain works, people made color theory so that we could assume how we perceive color and fake our brain to see, oh, this is how a real color would be perceived in this environment. So yeah, that's the other bane of my existence. Color, not necessarily color theory, but color in general. As a physics teacher, optics was our lesson in studying light and colors. I only had a passing grade for it. Yeah, it's so weird, dude. And a fucking Newton discovered it when his university was fucking under siege at war, so they have to fucking suspend classes, and he had to sit in his room, write calculus, figure out the spectrum of light. So insane. It's fucking insane. It's just we also try to get to a point where we understand how light works, so we could fool our viewers' eyes to convince them that, yeah, this is how light works. So it suspends the disbelief of whatever we're doing, right? So it's gonna look like realistic in a way, and especially photoreal, if that's the style you're trying to get, photoreal, because it works a bit different from realistic painting, but photoreal gets to account where you're viewing the subject in a digital format or through camera lenses. So it has a different like rules or tricks to get to that style, but mostly it's the same. By the way, bro, my siblings in law love. Oh, thanks. I actually like the Mia part better because she designed it, and it reminds me of the time where I would draw Goku poses. Yeah, tell her she's welcome. Oh, it's you who gave it to her, so you're welcome. A good thing too that the problem with my PC when I was working on that was fixed, because that was like 2 days. I was trying to fix my computer for like a weekend and then 2 weekdays because I couldn't work on shit. And there was a problem with like Windows in general on. Wait, what's this? What is happening? It adds. Oh, because it intersects it? Is that what it does? It reflects it. Oh. Oh, okay. So the real version is this one. So what I was saying is Windows had problem with first thing, I had a crash when I was playing a game. It was Shrouded. So I was playing a game, and then playing a game while during on a call, and then I noticed that my camera is lagging like really bad, and it never did that. And I was like, oh, maybe my game is eating up so much resources, but it never occurred to me that because it's a pretty middle ground computer, right? It's pretty beefed up. So it never occurred to me that I'm running out of resources. But then it crashed, and then I got a hard restart because it got stuck on a boot, and then it never loaded into a BIOS. It never booted up. It got stuck on a BIOS load and never got off it. So okay, something's wrong. And then when I hard restarted, it did load into Windows, but it was stuck on a login screen. So it's taking its damn time loading Windows, and I wasn't able to load into desktop. So okay, so my fucking OS is probably cooked because it cannot load the OS. So I tried System Restore, it worked, but it's still, so it worked. I did the System Restore, it worked, but I made because I thought maybe the C drive was full, that's why it's having a hard time loading Windows, and it was full. So I made, okay, let me change the fucking what do you call this, the program files, the default directory for program files when you install shit. So I changed that, and then I installed my drivers, and then all my drivers didn't work. So I was like, okay, is it bad to change your directory files for your drivers? And apparently it was, especially for drivers. So I made like 4 attempts to reinstall Windows during that time, and the longest part was figuring out what the fuck is wrong with my drivers. So one problem led to another, and then boom, 2 days. 2 days has passed, and I'm racking my brains out how to fix my PC. Yeah, it's fucked up. And it all happened because of a lag, dude. It's stupid. And then people would tease gamers, oh, it's just lag, bro. Bro, lag could kill. Lag could kill and would ruin your hair. Cause so much problems in the world. So yeah, that's why it took longer to paint Mia, the art for your sister, step. What's the term? Siblings-in-law. So yeah, it took a lot longer to make that because she was almost done when that happened. So that sucks. Oh shit! That effect kicks out the colors. One of my favorite blending mode is overlay, but the problem is it changes whatever value you have on your drawing, so it brightens everything up. Especially if you pick a higher value for the color of it. But I mostly use it to kind of put some burn, like a color burn, without oversaturating the color. So that's mostly I use this for, and then I'll put in the actual value later. So maybe some shadows here, but this is good for just putting in color and proper, rendering, light blowouts in your painting. But it's never the final thing. Maybe you could add it on the last bit, maybe bring out some lighter shades here and there. But yeah, that looks more gold now than earlier. Yeah, in-laws, right? Right. So now we still have to deal with the gem inside. That's not been touched, and the centerpiece. So we're gonna go back to normal layer and start painting. So the thing with this news, it's kind of weird, but it's such an easy application. So you don't have to paint every goddamn section of it. Saves you time, mostly, and you're assured that whatever you're painting on is symmetrical. That's the big part, the best part. Especially when you're designing elements like these. Like you think, oh, the blacksmith, whoever made this, have fucking, met tools to make sure it's fucking the same, like symmetrical all the way around. So it's just good that we also have those tools. Maybe they should eyeball it. Some blacksmith probably eyeball this shit. Yeah, easy as pie. Alright, so we could just add some of the, because right now it's just the hard part, I guess, with this process is you can't really differentiate what part of the painting it will, add symmetry to it. So when you're trying to put like individual highlights, details, it kind of just goes all parts of it. So you can't like pick one out. But we'll do that later. So right now we're just making the design way consistent. Oh, speaking of Journey, do you guys have like a slot for D&D session? I've been itching to play. Also, yeah, I wanna play as I wanna play one of my characters, and I was supposed to get into a session, but I didn't think they're gonna pull through. So I'm still looking for a game, and I'm probably gonna invite some of, one of my friends is in that group, so I'm probably gonna add him to the party because I think he also wants to play, but we just didn't have a full party. Oh, you're still brewing one. I have no time to play so far. Oh, that's too bad. I'm looking at Owlbear Rodeo as a virtual map thingy. Owlbear Rodeo. It's like an online platform thing. Because I bought when during our party we use a Foundry, right? I got convinced to buy one by our DM, and it's like it's an online platform. So I got Foundry, and I haven't set it up fully, but one of my campaigns is on there. But I haven't touched on it for a long time. We were supposed to use it for the party that I mentioned, but yeah, it's still stuck. Yeah, it was on. I bought it on like the beta, right? Like 2020. It was like $30. I'm not sure how much it costs nowadays, but it was pretty cheap. Well, back then, right? They probably upped the price because they have a lot of features now. And good thing that once you get the license, every update is included in there. Pretty sick. Yeah, it's a one-time purchase, and I think all updates is also included on all future updates is also included. It's pretty dope. You know what this? Okay, let me try this out because I was trying some patterns earlier and it looks dope, but it's so cool to do some mandala shit in this bitch. Look at this shit, dude. That's so weird and cool. That is sick. I'm gonna add some flowers in here. Yeah, I've used symmetrical ruler for just the base function of it. Just making faces and easier if you want to do a character pose, like a stand in front pose. But I have never used it in this manner that it's multiplying your input like 4 times. Hey, it looks sick, dude. that looks sick. And then Indians, right? Indians would do this manually on a piece of cloth, and they have to weave that shit every single time. That's crazy, dude. Nice. Oh, hold up. I'll grab some dinner for a bit, and then I'll come back. I'm back. Grabbed some coffee for the third time today, and it's 10 p.m. So we're gonna kiss sleep goodbye. Let me set this up. I still have food on my table. Like a fucking degenerate. Chicken pastel. So it's like adobo chicken, but chicken bits instead of full chicken. Coffee equals blood. We did play games before, right? Was it Valorant? I think we did play together on our stream. So while I'm chowing down, it's gonna take me a few minutes. It took me longer to brew the coffee. I'll just put this here. Yeah, I'm just about to eat. The coffee took a long ass time. So I just let you guys look at this unfinished work for a while. Because, just a few bits. I wish I could play videos on YouTube while streaming. But I'm not sure if what's the thing with that. Is it okay to do that? I had a Be Right Back screen from my old streams, but I couldn't find it for some reason. Probably on an old folder I haven't been using for a while. Oh, I think it's a video, right? I'll look for it. Oh shit, I'm dabbling with creating character cards instead of sheets to make playing face-to-face TTRPG easier, specifically with noobs. Yeah, I saw some, samples of character cards, and those look cool. And yes, it will be a lot easier to, see what your character is about with a hand of cards than a character sheet. And then you could just use tokens for, spellcasters, right? Oh, you have 4 tokens, and you could cast, 4 level 1 spells and shit. Instead of writing it down. It's pretty sick. I'm gonna try looking for my old streaming setup. It's probably somewhere here. Maybe movies, no. Yeah, I think I lost it, dude. Can't seem to find it. Alright, I'm gonna chow down for a little quick.
Can I show you? Can I show another card sample in the chat? I think you can, but I'm not sure if you could link link sites or images on the chat. But you could try uploading it if it's available. But I'm not sure if how that works. Maybe you could DM me. And then on Facebook, and then I'll post it on screen. Because I think the chat is quite restricted on what chatters can upload or enter. Yeah. I'm gonna mute my mic for a bit. You might hear me smack and dab in this pastel. Yeah, that's my utensils banging my mug, my bowl. Hello. Hello. Yes, I'm done. What happened to the music? Oh, it's a Donkey Kong country music. It's probably that. The your stream had an ad. Katakot mo. Yeah, I saw the card. I realized something when so if a player would play with cards, right? The problem is your character is always changing. So it has to have some elements of, oh, you could add this card and then your new stat is the total 2 cards, right? So it's kind of, you have to probably sort out your character leveling up, changing their inventory, you know. Maybe you could add, yeah, the items itself would be specific cards, right? So you put them in your pile and that's your bag per se. And then the stats, I'm not sure how to implement that. For example, you leveled up, right? And then you gain proficiencies, you gain feats. The feats, I guess, could be added as a card, right? Just one feat card. And then, but the stats would be kind of different because you have to change your stat card. That's what I'm... Oh, dry erase. Okay. Yeah, you could have a card that has a writing area, so you could write your stats down. Yeah, that's all that. And it kind of feels good. For example, you looted a chest and it gave you like a, you know, a special dagger, and you could get that special dagger in a card, say what stat it does, and then you give it to the player, and now that they have that dagger in their bag. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure what DC-20 is. Is that tabletop? So the set would technically have character cards item. It's, oh, also that was okay. I need to check out newer system because from what I've heard, no one likes the 2024 edition of D&D, and everyone's playing the old version. And fucking Matt Mercer, right? Critical Role, they made their own game, Daggerheart. I wanna try that too. I wanna try that out too. DC-20 is another TTRPG system created by a YouTuber. Oh, okay. I'll check that one out. Yeah, especially for combat, I wish there was a better combat. I know there's a lot of out there homebrew combat systems, but I want a robust and then easy to play combat system. I think Pathfinder is kind of heading there, but it's still, you know, a slog when someone could attack 7 times per turn and they have to pause every time before they attack, right? So like, oh, just punch 7 times, then dice roll. No, they would pick a separate attack for each time. Love the character creation because they have cards for background as well. Yeah, check out DC-20 assets based on action points. Oh, okay, I'll check that out. Yeah, I think that's also, yeah, I think, what does yeah, I think what's Divinity have action points? No, Divinity has the standard movement action. Ah, okay. I mean, characters have set amount of action points. Okay.
So this is the song I've been waiting for. I'll pop it up.
This is a song about a burger.
Cheesy cheese boys. Cheesy meat boys. I know it's probably from an ad. And my favorite streamer. So I'm playing his playlist. So he has the playlist that he uses on his stream, and it's copyright free and video game playlist, right? So this is part of it. And when I'm watching his stream, he always gets hyped up with this song. It's funny. I don't even know what is this advertisement is from. It's just there. There was a line that this meaty cheeseburger is bigger than our relationship. It's funny. Stupid. Probably from some American brand cheeseburger. I don't know what the fuck it's called. Right now I'm just gonna try rendering this gem, at least getting some patterns done. Not sure what I want this to look at, but it should be looking like gem. Right now it doesn't. I guess it has, this tool has its uses, but there's like a limit, because once you started with the pattern, it immediately stopped looking organic. Like, you know, there's a special pattern or a ruler, right? So it becomes like pretty synthetic in that way, but it still looks cool. But I would rather use it as a design helper, and then just paint over it, right? So it just, it's some pattern that's the shape of the gem, but then you have to render it manually, because if you try to render it now, it's gonna duplicate a lot of the details, and it will create patterns where you don't want patterns. So that's the thing, because gems interact very specifically with the light, and depending on the shape of the gem, it would reflect light very differently. Even if you're just looking at it in a different angle, it will look different to you. So patterns don't exist, especially how light refracts in it. They don't exist in the gem, even if the gem is symmetrical. If you have a diamond cut gem, well, diamond cut, right? If you shine a light on it, it's not gonna reflect the pattern of the cut perfectly to you. There's gonna be weird refraction because light bounces around it, inside it randomly, and it will hit something, it will hit some other things, right? And it wouldn't produce a pattern. So I would wait for later to turn off the ruler and then render this one specifically. And also some of the reflected shadows and some of the specular highlights on the gold. Dovies. Rage na guys na kami namin na. Okay. Yeah, you're heading out. Looking quite bare. I'm gonna put some maybe okay. I think yeah, I managed to objective is done. We managed to unify the weird asymmetrical rays of the metal here, or the emblem. We managed to unify all the points before we're fucking desperate, not even knowing how to fucking deal with the problem, because when you draw something here and you try to replicate it here, it's not the same width, it's not as long, it's not as thick, so it's just a headache dealing with it. Now we managed to solve the problem because of the tool, and we have the insight to test out if the tool works. So yeah, I learned today that you could do this shit in this program. Pretty good. After using this for so many years, I've never used the symmetry rule and this, so it's quite a surprise. Good thing when you're able to find solution to the problem and you don't have to do anything else outside of it. Okay. I'm probably gonna start combining elements now, because we're gonna start rendering a bunch of this stuff to actual final render. I'm also getting a bit tired. Okay, so one question. I have a skill type that is a command. So this is your skills in the game. And in Magic, this is it's a spell. It's a spell, right? And a command is a skill that you could use on your turn. And I'm mulling about what icon should represent a command for all types of classes, because I have class in the game. So for wizards, they would cast spells, right? That's their skill. And that skill type is a command, so they could use it on their turn. For a warrior, they also have skills, but it's mostly like boosting their morale of the army, right? So their command that they could use on their turn would also be a command skill. But then you have a spell and some guy shouting on a rock, but they're the same type, right? So those are the range of skills, command skills. So I need a unifying icon to tell you, oh, this is a command skill. Your warlord is using this to command the army, right? Maybe casting a spell or shouting really loud. I'm mulling about what icon could best represent that. So when I was sketching earlier, I was supposed to do a command skill icon for this one, right? They'll be placed around here. So the initial decision was, this is a brain fart, a hand pointing towards something. Right? This is what I came up with. Because in the prototype, I have a quill. Right? I have a quill, and that indicates it's like you're writing an order down, but it's not specifically for fighters. You know, it's a very generic icon that could represent that command skill. But I was thinking, okay, maybe a quill feels more passive, right? It doesn't feel like you're out in the field giving orders to your army or casting the spell. So maybe I thought maybe I could use a hand, right? Or maybe I could make it so that it's a very generic hand. Right? This. Like a very iconic, but iconized hand. This, right? Right? You go there, or I cast a fireball from my fingertips. Kind of like that mechanic, but kind of went with this 3D view, so it's more dynamic. And it would fit well on the circle, because with this format, the finger, the extended finger, the index finger, would kind of take up the space. Yes, it's still gonna be readable on the circle here, but you could get more mileage with this space. So yeah, pointing hand kind of feels like it's a command, right? You're pointing at something, and your army just gotta do whatever you're pointing at, or you're doing it with your initiative, right? You're commanding. But then there's 3 more types of skills, right? Command is only one of them. Command, trap, counter, and terrain. So those are the different type of skill cards. Also, oh fuck, I forgot. I need to update the decks because I made changes on skills, so they fall into a general archetype now. There are still generic skills available for every deck. But now, specific skills can only be used by specific classes. So there's like a category for skills now. So I would call it mastery. So skills would have mastery and units would have races. So races would be, like this one, monster. So if you have a monster warlord, they gain benefits. Monster units will gain benefits under a monster warlord. So it just adds more synergy. But you could also put, if a monster card, this monster card is still too good to not include in your army, even though you're not a monster warlord, you can still put it in, but you just don't get the additional bonus, right? But that's like a decision for you if the card itself is good enough even without the bonus, right? For skills, you get the mastery, which would call out your warlord's class. So now warlords would be a basic race. So if you're human, right? And then you have a class. So you could be a human and then a class of wizard, or human with a class of fighter. So now you could pick what army to build depending on your race and your warlord's race and class. But then there's also still the generic skills and units that you could just slide in with any deck.
No way. Give me your money.
Human, what do you mean by human is greater than warlord? So yeah, it's just additional homework for me because I haven't updated the decks. No, it was more of a progression like race to class. I forgot the martial class. You have in your card game. Oh yeah. So right now the warlords are your general, right? That's your main guy. And what ties to your warlord is just the talents and ultimates, right? But with this, by splitting up the race and the class of your warlord, it will have more effect on the other parts of your deck, right? Because right now, there's no connection between your deck and your warlord. It's like a separate thing. You could have a fiend deck with ogre warlord. That's the thing. So there's no like synergy, I would say. You could still do that, but now if you play with the same race as with your deck and your warlord, they gain some benefits from it. And with your skills, right, it correlates exactly to what class your warlord is. So before, right, what's on the game is a cyber elf wizard. That's the only warlord in there, and then human fighter, right? So those are your two warlords. But with the new system, you split them in two, right? You have the race, so human, and then if you want to be a wizard, just put in a wizard class. So that also helps me not drawing every specific race for every specific class, because I realized when I was thinking about it, oh yeah, why the fuck would I draw every goddamn orc in every possible classes, especially if I ever reach to a point where there's like more than 5 classes. It's gonna be a headache. So logistics wise, since I'm a one-man team, it's gonna be easier. You just draw a generic wizard, then draw a generic orc, and then you could combine those two, mix and match, right? Nah, it's just I'm lazy. I'm lazy enough to know when too much work is too much work, right? So, and also it would add, you know, some synergy and deck building ideas for players, right? Yeah, lazy work is work. Yeah, because when I realized, oh shit, the game, like the universe of the game, is gonna be fantasy, right? The setting would be, what if during the industrial period instead of finding steam and oil for fuel, people found mana, and they built their technology forward using mana as a resource, right? So you have guns, you have tanks powered by mana, and their bullets are infused with mana, so it could penetrate armor protected by magical runes that also is infused with mana. So, and then you have, it's a fantasy setting, so there are people who are able to manipulate and use mana by themselves by casting spells, affecting nature and shit. But then there are people who cannot use mana but uses technology with infused mana to fight back people who could use mana. So it's kind of like that. And it's a fantasy world, so there are multiple races. So when I thought of, oh shit, there's gonna be multiple races. There are kobolds, there are fucking orcs, there's ogres, there's humans, there are elves, dwarves, and then I have to make every single class for every single race. And I thought, how about no? How about let's not do that? Because that would be like hundreds just for the warlords alone, not including the cards themselves for the deck. That alone, for the initial release, it's gonna be 4 decks, right? Fighter, Wizard, Beastmaster, and Necromancer. So those are the 4 initial decks. Archetype, that's gonna be on the demo. So that's already difficult, load to bear, because I had to paint every single one of the goddamn cards. And every deck has, even though every deck has only 20 cards in them, if you include the talents and ultimates, and then the warlords, and then the race, it's gonna be around 100 plus illustrations. So yeah, and I'm stuck on making a fucking template for the cards. Yay! What did I got myself into? Okay. Have a good dinner, Polly. Thanks for dropping by. So for now, I think, we're gonna start rendering this shit. I want to finish this before today. Oh shit, no, I'm really this one. We'll add more yellow to it. It's a bit too orange. It's gonna start looking like orange if we don't bring up the yellow. So we're putting yellow on specific bits without the, what do you call that? The symmetry ruler. Because I kind of want some variations when doing this. It can be a pattern. Okay, so you could now merge this entire thing and start actual painting it. So I think one of the missing components of this emblem is the specular highlights and some of the reflected shadows. So we're gonna start that now. A bit more. blacker. A bit blacker. And then the cell here is that leaving that thin space for high reflectivity, especially on the edges. That would sell the metal feel of it. Because you could put specular highlights on that later, and it will look like a proper metal object. Right now, just sorting out the. Right now, I'm still sorting out the form of the shadows. I don't want it to affect the shape of the object too much. It should, yeah, something like that. Maybe push it a bit darker. Just really push the black in, and then we could get to the side and render it so similarly. Make sure we're leaving gaps on the form so we have that same effect. Cool. We could add some here. So the way the shape takes place is that it's split in the middle. So there's gonna be some really harsh reflective shadow here. I mean, really sharp. And that's the other thing. I think I said this earlier. Shadows and specular highlight are going to be sharp. They're not blurred at all because it's polished metal. And one thing that could differentiate gold from brass or copper is that gold reflects back yellow light instead of just the light source. So your reflective light would have a tint of yellow in it, and the more yellow it is, the more gold it looks. It kind of works. I'm just gonna kind of add some, subtract some forms in this reflected shadow. So that also sells it because it's reflecting whatever dark value you have on its surrounding. And since this is a vacuum element, right, you're free to kind of guess where that reflected shadow is. And from what I experience, it comes with experience, so you gotta try this out a couple of times to get the feeling just right, and make it look like a reflected shadow of gold. It's kind of like that. I learned this from comic books, right? When I render metallic objects or costumes or whatnot, I would render them in a way that reflected shadow is, but it's not really related to their environment, right? Because sometimes they'll be doing a cool pose and it's kind of hectic to reflect every dark object around it. So you kind of have to make it up, so that allowed me to develop the sense of where would the reflected shadow is, where there is none. So, it will take you some time to learn. Well, actually not learn, but get a good feel for it. But once you get it down and know kind of how it feels like, it's easy to kind of replicate without having to minutely figure out what's the environment of the object is. Kind of eyeball it and feel it out. Again, we're leaving that edge there to get some very good. Get some feeling of reflected shadow in there. So now we're getting there. It's starting to feel like it's metallic, but it's only half of the picture. So once we get the specular highlights in, it's going to start to shine, and the reflectivity will be, more pronounced. So right now we're just adding some happy little accidents. I wish I had Bob Ross voice. Hey, is Alex Ross related to Bob Ross? I never. What the fuck? I'm gonna Google that real quick. I've been a fan of them, but I never made the connection. Is Alex Ross related? Are they? Wow, Google is so shit, they couldn't even give me a straight answer. What a fucking shitty website. Piece of trash. Getting there slowly. Almost there. Getting the and then we could explode this. We could add color next to these reflected shadows, and it would really pop out. Because kind of the way it works was, I think the Terminator is the darkest part of the image, So when it's reflected with the shadow, the terminator is also forming on the surface of the gold. And since it reflects mostly yellow, the color beside the shadow would be more saturated with yellow. So later we'll do that. So we don't have to put it on everywhere. We need to be a bit reserved when we do it. Because if you overdo it, it's gonna start to look weird. There's a mosquito in my room. I'll deal with you later. So right now, I think this is good enough, right? And we could maybe shift it around here, you know, so that it's spread out and we're not falling into a pattern. Because again, this is a reflected shadow. It's not in a white room. You would barely have this. Gonna be pure orange and yellow, but if it's reflected enough, it will reflect, you know, yourself in the room. You'll see your own shadow on this. So it's gonna be pretty random. So the less we make a pattern out of the reflected shadow, the more effective it becomes. You see, so with just this, it looks better than the earlier we put over this area. So now on this part, I want to emphasize this edge here, and maybe the other one on the side. I think I'm losing the getting there. See if it's going to get now there you go. Then maybe I could put another one on the side here. So go. So the cool part now some color instead.
Bring in the punchy, saturated color and then just jab it on. Maybe a bit darker than that. Just luminate, more saturated.
It's gonna come out as if we're showing reflected. We're still not doing the shiny bit, but we're getting just putting this saturation part.
Maybe it would help if we could put it in overlay. This is one of the good uses of overlay. You could really add a lot of
See that glow next to it? That really sells it out. I would say overlay and this part is good. So a good way to use it because it gives you that hot, saturated effect real quick, and you don't have to worry about over blending or over painting your colors because it's gonna blend with what's everything. Right now you can see it's really glowing. A lot of glowing. But we don't want to overdo it. Just to really sell that.
almost there. Now we're gonna add the specular highlights. It's the hot white, but since it's gold, it's gonna be tinted yellow.
Well, my eyes are ready to be shut. And it's really so same with gas shadows, right? But instead here we're trying to detect where is the light source and other possible light sources, right? So it's shining on top of it, so that's where most of the light will hit. Every nook and cranny that is looking upwards towards the light source would have that some semblance of specular light. Right edges, the corners, some random bits, even scratches would, if they're bent in a direct angle to the light source, they will have specular light since it's very reflective. Right now we're just putting some indications. I did this on a different layer, so we could add and erase as much as we like without having to deal with the underlying layers, which is pretty much finished. Pretty much. So now we're adding that split in the middle of the arms and the legs. Looking straight, and this would indicate that this sharp deviation, the sharp edge, I could just add some effects here. It's still gonna be like a lot of the layers that we apply on the reflected shadow would still kind of applies with specular highlight. It's just you're adding, instead of what's surrounding it, you're looking at the light source.
to be connected to that. Here we're doing on the other side. Let's pick it up over here. I will also adding some regular highlights here and there. Yeah, it's looking pretty gold. Still adding some effects here. Specular highlights on this edge. Again, it's just gonna be the everything that's pointing upward. Yeah, it's looking pretty dope. We could spread out some of these like blots, reflected blots here and there, so we could get some good balance of hot white reflections. It's still a bit yellow, so we don't get pure whites. So specular highlights. Oops, that one doesn't here. Some of that, so we redefine the shape. So just one thing that we need to look after is when adding strong strokes, highlights, it could affect how the form is perceived, right? Because not only you're doing reflectivity of the surface, you're also indicating form, especially on the edges. So that's where we need to be careful of, right? Sometimes if you're just going to be really trying to render it, it could overlap with established value for forms, and it could ruin your shape that you need to be wary where it goes, how it would affect your form once you put it in. No, you need well, just keep an eye on it. If your line work, right, if your specular line kind of wobbles a bit, it could lose the effect of sharp edges and it's hitting the specular line. So you want to make sure at least it's defined still, and you're not losing the sharpness. Yeah, it's looking pretty dope, pretty good. We're just gonna push this a bit more, making sure some of these
course, we could add some scuff marks later for details. But again, okay, so just to show you, right, how small we're gonna end up with the thing. So select this. So all that. Okay, so folder. I'll put this in the folder and copy it. This one. Let's go all the way down. That's how much it's gonna be. So big it's gonna be. Right? That's it. That's how big it's gonna be. So it's visible, but you don't get to see the details unless you're really looking at hard at your face. So across the board, that's how small it's gonna be. So we're putting all that detail for, you know, the sick looking gold star, right, for general. But we're also, you know, it's not going to be appreciated at a distance. But it should sell that this card is a high rank card, so it's not a low rank card. So we're trying to head in that direction. Looking at it now, so this is my main problem. Started with the yellow. That's why I was not leaning towards it at the first part, because the background is also orange yellow, so it's kind of blending in. If you zoom out, yeah, you could see there's some what you see is the blue diamond around it, and you'd think this diamond part is only like a separator, right? Kind of blends in with the rest of it. So that's unfortunate. I really like how shiny this gold is. Look at that shit, dude. That's pretty dope. Looks sick. But sadly, it's not showing up. It's not stand out, I would say. If we change the color, but maybe if we darken the surrounding bit, the diamond part, it would look much better. But still, yeah, because in order for you to sell light color materials, you need to surround it with, you know, darker values so that it pops out.
You got that?
Let me think about this for a bit. Because I want to keep that yellow bit. That's really good looking. see the readability of the other icon. Which is where? Where did I type? Can't type it. Okay. Huh? Oh, it's oh, that's sick, dude. Oh shit, that's sick, dude. Maybe we could push it with higher, lighter highlights. Maybe that's the play here. I'm not sure though. I am so tired and sleepy. I sleep like an old man now. Sleep early, wake up early, and I have to sweep the front. I don't sweep, but that's like what old people do. They wake up in like dead of early morning, and they will sweep the front yard with what do you call that? Broom. With a broom, and they'll sweep the ground, sweeping leaves. It makes that specific noise. Well, it's just, you know, it's an indication that it's morning. So be woken up by sound of broom sweeping the yard and some cocks screaming early morning. I mean actual bird fowl cocks, not some dude jerking off in the morning. That would be me. Hey, finally a still stubber. What the fuck? Hey, dude. I'm just taking a breather. Been rendering this goddamn gem, well, a star, for the last 2 hours. So yeah, I'm taking a breather. Oh shit! Why is it slow down? Hold on. Yeah, it is showing slowdown mode. Sorry, I'm new to this. It's probably having to deal with that guard chat guard mode. I don't know what that word does. I'll just change it. Slow mode. Let's not do that. Should be done. A stylus tuber. Oh, okay, I read that wrong. A stylus tuber, yeah. It was supposed to be a test stream, so I kind of cooked up a quick avatar. But yeah. I hope you like it. Oh, there you go. It was. Oh, I'm looking at the stream, so that's that. Hey, found you. Well, welcome, and I'm glad I found you too, so I could, not be talking by myself here. But yeah, appreciate the drop by. So I'm just designing a card game for my card game. I'm designing a card layout for my card game. So that's what I'm doing now. It's just rendering metal drains your energy like a motherfucker, because it's kind of hard to do. It's mentally taxing. Card game. Oh yeah, I've been working at this for the first part of the year till now, but I initially started the project like 2 years ago, but never got to progress it much. But since last year and early this year, I'm going ham with it. So I'm right now I'm almost done with the playtesting phase. So people have played it, made an initial impression. So right now I'm just putting in the elements for the card itself, so it would reflect on the playtest version. So these are just the indicator of what card types that is available in the game, right? So this is a low rank unit, and your high rank unit is this one, and this is kind of your general. I'm also designing a card game that has cards involved, but the cards are like a selling point. They're more just stand-ins for me. So, oh yeah, okay. See, I get the grind. Yeah, that's sick, dude. Yeah, this is also kind of like chess with Yu-Gi-Oh elements, right? So it's an army, not management, but mostly positioning. So you could get to the enemy base and attack them directly, right? So it's kind of like going that direction. So yeah, I'd love to test your game and play it, probably on stream. I'm also trying to figure out, this. I'm on the stage of making new cards, because that's the most input I'm getting. It's like the the rules of the game is simple enough, and then the complexity adds to the deck building, right? So it's gonna be exciting and daunting task to design another 2 or 3 decks and then drawing them one by one. It's gonna be a workload. So right now I'm taking my time designing the elements, which is doing pretty well for now. I love your thank you. Are you also an artist? So I joined some card designer group, and I've seen people with just being designers and being artists, right? And they sometimes would collab and stuff. But yeah, so the project started with me wanting to write and draw my manga, right? So, I want to make a card game like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So, but then I realized, oh shit, I need to have an actual card game to write about and make a manga about. So the project about a manga became the side project, and then the game becomes the main focus right now. Yes, amateur one. Okay, that's a good way to start, because one of our advantages, we just get to do our own thing, right? That's a perfect way to be at. So yeah, the project just becomes a snowball effect of focusing on the card game before actually starting with the manga. So yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the card game. But I still so the plan is my current plan is get into designing the first 4 decks, like starter decks, and then write a chapter for those starter decks. So there's a story, and then they'll fight each other, and then it will be introduced. The decks will be introduced in the manga, and then that's gonna be like a cliffhanger, and then go back to the game because you need more cards in the game. Oh yes, amateur. Yu-Gi-Oh was a show before the game. Yeah, the show was just not for a popular. Yeah, I've heard about Yu-Gi-Oh is like it's supposed to showcase multiple games, right? King's Game. So there was an episode where they're playing like dual masters stuff, right? So yeah, I've heard of it, and I was like, because I was also searching. Okay, since I'm gonna be trying to follow Yu-Gi-Oh's footsteps on how to develop this thing with the manga, right? I was trying to search, well, how did he started it, right? And then I found out that, oh shit, it was show first, manga first. So the approach was, well, he designed the game within the manga and probably tested it with a few friends, right? But the problem is, later on, the meta evolved so sporadically and it became popular, right? So people tend to find OP shit, meta stuff, because the game wasn't tested as an actual card game before the show became popular. So I kind of went and tested the game first. So I gotta make sure that I don't have to, ban cards. That's like the worst case scenario. I would think I would fail as a designer if the solution was to ban a card. So I want to put safeguards in the game first before going to the manga round. So yeah, and since I'm a professional artist, but I have no game design background, and this is my first game. It's kind of hard trying to, get to a point where it's fun, easy to play, and then there's like depth with strategy and stuff. Hey Polly, welcome back. So it's kind of like I watch a ton of YouTube guides on how to design a card game and stuff. So yeah, it's still going, steady but slow. Slow but steady. But yeah, it's kind of doing a bit okay for my books. Okay. I'm just ranting. I'm just trying to procrastinate finishing this rendering because that's what we do. That's what we do. So yeah, I'll just go back and start rendering this. Which I think I'll start working on the background here. And I'd rather pop this gold a bit more so that it doesn't blend with the background on the icon. Yep. Maybe I could punch in some overlay here. But the background should be okay. I know what to do now. This light blue is a bit too light. Can I give only one tip? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. It currently looks more like brass. Try using orange. Yeah. I'm gonna punch in more of the, the glow, the orange orange yellowish glow a bit later. Once I'm trying to balance out how much glow I wanted on this. Because earlier I was testing the overlay here. Like this one, right? It kind of blends with whatever orange this is. So I want to sort out the how much orange I need. Yeah, but thanks for the tip. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Oh yeah, the music. Yeah, but just rendering this metal bits is kind of taxing. So I think I could bring up more of the yellow once I darken the blue background here. I'll do it on a new layer. So the problem is it's a bit too light. Maybe desaturate it a bit. Kind of works. And you could just pop in some of that. Could erase back some of that color in. But it should look. It should pop out the gold a bit more. Wouldn't hurt to raise your own volume as well. I tried setting up my mic in Windows, but I'm not sure how to raise it a bit more. But I'll look for it. Maybe it's just the angle of my mic is out of the way. It's kind of hard with this mic arm. It's kind of blocking my joint tablet, so I have to like lean in towards the mic, and sometimes I forgot to do that when I speak. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's probably my proximity towards the mic. I need to sort that out. I used to stream games before and art before, but I kind of stopped because work. And then when I got back, this is my first time streaming again, and then it's supposed to be a test stream, but I just kept going. And yeah, there's a lot of things that I need to set up again after a while. Thank you. Yeah, I really am mostly lost on the streaming side of stuff. Like I tried to put this weird avatar pretty quickly, so even the descriptions I haven't set up the links. You mentioned you design also, right? Do you have a playtest set up for the game? Because I would like to play other people's game, so I could get a better understanding of what other mechanics are there available. Oh, you need to set up. Okay, I have mine currently in Screen Top and Tabletopia. So if you're looking to have a digital setup, yeah, I think that's ScreenTop is more resource friendly. It's a web based, and it's 2D, so there's no 3D hogging up your. Oh hey Beats, you're still going. Nice, I'm back. Welcome back. Yo, I use screen top too. Oh yeah, that's good. That's a pretty sick site. I used to upload my game in Tabletopia, but I joined a Discord group for playtesters and designers. So I joined there, and most people there use screen top. So I ported my game over. Yeah, screen top is nice. And one thing I hate about Tabletopia is you can't put your card back to your deck and have the same arrangement. I don't know, maybe there's a way and I'm just too dumb to figure it out. But it reshuffles the deck every time you put a card in it. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, BMG. Yeah, BMG. Break my game. Also, art is looking awesome. Great work. Thank you, man. Took an arm and a leg, and my two remaining brain cells rubbing each other to get to this point. But dude, it's pretty looking great. It's so hard getting the metal to look right. I have to almost reason out why I'm putting the shadows here and there. Staxing. So Beats. She's Faye here is also using. Also knows about what do you call that? Break my game. So pretty cool to join. Hey, Gene Palms. What's the hardest thing to draw? I would say animals, because I have very little mileage for it. I could draw horses, maybe wolves, lions, right? But if you ask me to draw a chicken, they will look like dinosaurs for some reason. Well, they are dinosaurs technically, but it doesn't feel like chicken when I draw chicken. I always go to the safety route of a fluffy feather ball with a small head with a what do you call that? The headdress thing. So yeah, my dinosaurs, my chicken always looks like dinosaurs. Well, birds in general. But other animals, maybe deers, herbivores also is a hard thing to draw for me outside of horses. I have very little experience drawing them. I love drawing animals a bit badly. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard for me too. It's like I know the legs, right? Because you could break it down to the leg shape. Because animals have weird legs. Oh, we have weird legs. Animals have very normal legs. We have the weird one. That's Nat Geo propaganda. I'm just kidding. So you know how our legs are like this, right? That's our typical legs. Animal legs would have this proportion. Oh, this is shorter. They're walking on tiptoes their entire life. That's the normal mammalian leg, right? So that's crazy. We have the weird ones. We are the weird ones with this setup. And animals, all mammalians have almost this one. So it's kind of weird. So yeah, that's a difficult thing for me to draw. Faye, be right back. Thanks for dropping by. So right now I'm just gonna render this backdrop a bit, see where it goes, and then get some sleep because it's almost 12 in the morning here. Oh yeah, gin pumps. Have you good to go? Are you prepared to? What time are you gonna leave? I mean, for your getaway. What's that for? Oh, you mean this gold thing? This is for your warlord. I mean, this is for your high rank units. It goes here. Right, this is your low rank unit, right? And that's your high rank. Low rank, high rank. The problem is the gold is kind of blending with the background, so I need to sort that out. Around 3. Okay. And you guys are going with Shermaine's car, right? You're not driving? It looks too good to be that small. Well, yeah. I really like how I rendered that gold. Pretty cool. But yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yep, not driving. Okay. Where are you guys are gonna meet up? Where are you gonna meet up? I love the reflection. Yeah, I kind of nailed it on this one. Looks pretty dope. But I think it was a lucky render. Because I kind of fried my brain doing it. Yeah, I guess the darker background kind of works. But I want to push this blue here a bit darker. Just a tad bit. So that the yellow really stands out. I'll take some liberties on the light works here. Maybe it's a really dim blue light. This. Oh, what happened? Oh, I grabbed the wrong color, that's why it went poopy. Hey H, dito kami sa bayan mag-meet up. Di daw pwede mag-overnight sa Marine Base. Kaya sa beach resort na lang kami mag-pitch lang din. Okay. But why are you gonna pitch a tent on the base itself? Weren't you gonna do it on the... Why are you gonna do overnight in the base? Oh, because you're going out in the middle of the night? I'm confused. Oops, wrong color. Yeah, okay, I get that, but what's the... Why are you gonna overnight? Why are you gonna do an overnight stay? Kind of getting there, slowly but surely. Shirley is a pretty name. Weren't you supposed to be there during the day and then go home by night? I didn't know you were trying to get overnight stay. Okay, I think it kind of works. Now we will punch in the heavy gold, and we're gonna do that with overlay, yellowish yellow, and then just boom. Wow, that's bright. Look at that shit, dude. Look at that shit, dude. That's fucking gold. You are gold. No one's believing yourself. You're indestructible. That is gold, dude. Bunch of shit. Boom. God damn. That's shiny AF. Shiny as fuck, dude. Yeah, I think we're done here. Alright, we're gonna just add some layers here. I'll worry about those short spikes later. But I'm happy with what we end up having. Or there's still the background, so I have to render that shit. But I think we're good. So yeah, thanks everyone for dropping by. Met a lot of designers today. Check out their game, so I get more idea of how to design a game. So thanks for joining me, rendering a bunch of Mel stuff. So let me bring that up. Let me show you what we've done today. Where the fuck is that? Up here. No, down here. Type bar icon, unit type. There we go. So we got this guy and this guy. Why is this? Okay, hide that shit. Oi, folky. Hold on a sec, I fucked up. There's like a weird mislayering here. Okay. So we finished these two bad boys today. That's 2 unit icon done. More to come and more to slave about. Let me just hide. Where did I render this shit? Yo, where'd you come from? So yeah, the problem with working with multiple layer stuff over time is just you get so much shit to manage. So yeah, we finished these icons today, so more tomorrow. It's probably gonna start doing the skill type cards. Looks great, nice work. Thanks, Beats. I'll look forward to playing your game. So hopefully we get to talk about that next stream. So for now, this needs more work. Like the borders are not rendered at all. It looks like clay. So it's supposed to be wrought iron, similar to this one. So yeah, for now we're gonna call it the night, and see you guys later. Bye.